once again for a special Saturday night stream. And look at all the bananas.
That's right, we have hit the final evolution of our goddamn meat dispenser. Oh, it's so deliciously looking. Hopefully you've eaten beforehand, because you might get angry.
That is a big ass cut of meat. I brought that home. That's because of me. Anyways, welcome to Buddha and Zionics, playing games poorly. And yeah, let's start off with some cooking, shall we? Cut. Flip.
The best part of the goddamn game.
The hibachi. You know, I just gotta say, it's a good thing I get a lot of cardio, because that shit would make me fat quick.
Seriously. That puts an MRE to shame hardcore. And for those of you who don't know, MREs are like 1,000 calories a pop.
I thought they were like 2,000 or 3,000 calories.
No, I don't think they're that high. It's one of the... Yeah, I don't think it's that high. Mainly because I've known a couple of guys who are fit as shit, and they've gone through like 4 in a day, which means they would have slammed 8,000 calories. I mean, I guess it's possible with how fit they were, but I don't think so.
Gotcha. So yeah, it's the pump to deliver, the one where you hunt Beetlejuice.
Okay, yeah, so that's the one I did then.
I mean, if you're willing to humor me, I would like to go there and unlock my mushroom substrate.
I'm good down for that.
Yeah, this is a delivery quest.
Mm-hmm.
Plus, we need to find pink Raytheon tracks.
Well, aren't you capped out also?
Mine is still search for question mark Raytheon.
Yeah. Yes, I passed you then last night.
Yeah, I have no assigned. I have to find more tracks.
Yeah, and that works out beautifully. Are we gonna take on a Beetlejuice if it decides to present itself?
Sure. Why not? I'll grab some slicing ammo.
And make sure you grab some things that cure bleeding.
He causes bleeding?
No, he doesn't. But when I took him on, an Odogaron came up and inflicted bleeding on me magically, so I had to run the fuck away because I couldn't heal it. I was so pissed off. But thankfully, if you enter the tent, it heals everything.
Very nice. Alright, I'll go in with my big game hunting setup then. Quest is posted. Honey, bone piles, big critter, brute critter, 2 flying critters, and small monster culling. So I'm gonna have plenty of shit to keep me busy on this one.
And I'm mushroom mining, bone pile, small monster, and large monster. So if we could take care of 2 large monsters, that'd be super sweet. It's not necessary.
I know it's not, but I still need to hunt a brute, so Rabadon should be there.
Yep. Just to keep an eye out, it's when I was taking on the Rabadon that fucking Beetlejuice decided to announce itself.
Alright, sounds like we got ourselves a good opener.
And away we go. Okay, so if you eat a full meal, well, a legit full meal, you actually already start off with maximum stamina.
And Forgotten Fossils is just bone piles, isn't it?
No, they're the fossil things. You remember where the moss pig is?
Yeah.
Now, if you go around that area, there's a thing on the side of the wall. I mean, I can come up and show you if you need me to, but
No, no, I think I know what I'm looking for.
um,
Dragon bone relic.
I guess to involve dear viewers. Me and Zyonix off stream, well, just prior to stream, were talking about book adaptations and their faithfulness. And Zyonix submits that The Martian is one of the better ones, and I
We found
kind
enough
of agree.
mystery evidence.
I don't completely agree, but at the same time, I'm not gonna be butthurt about it either.
Oh, I'm not saying The Martian is a perfect adaptation.
It's just a really good one.
Yeah, well, I would argue it's actually probably the best one there is.
And the one thing that we kind of agreed on in the middle was the first at least 3 season, or was it 4, of Game of Thrones were actually pretty solid, and then everything after that was absolute dog shit.
Well, yeah, because season 1 was book 1, season 2 was book 2, season 3 and 4 was book 3.
Mm-hmm.
But in defense of Game of Thrones, book 4 and book 5 were come.
And on top of that, book 4, or season 5 was when George Martin decided he was going to leave so he could write, supposedly. Fat bastard.
Yeah, that diabetic fat fuck ain't gonna write shit.
No, I had a bunch of hopes. I had a bunch of dreams. Like, you know, hey, actually, my theory, when I still had hope, was that George actually already finished the books, but because of some agreement with the studios or what have you, with HBO, he couldn't release the books until the series was over. So he was going to wait a couple years and then release, you know, book 6 and then release book 7. You know,
Yeah.
like I said, me being hopeful. And no, I'm now firmly in the crowd that's saying he's probably done and doesn't care about Game. Well, he cares about Game of Thrones because it'll let him, you know, pretend that he can make movies.
Well, yeah, and he never has to work again.
But outside of that, yeah, I don't think he's gonna finish off Game of Thrones. And actually, something I can't remember who I was listening to was talking about. They were talking about how I guess he's refused to let anyone else write the books. So it's gonna stay in limbo until he dies and his estate decides to pull a Robert Jordan and trust somebody else to finish off the book. I like the guy, but please don't choose Brandon Sanderson.
Yeah, well, and honestly, I think that's exactly what's going to happen. Is he's going to die, and I don't think he wants to finish the books at this point. At this point, my money's on he. He knows the reception that the show got, and he's scared his book isn't going to fare any better, so he's not going to finish the book. We may get Winds of Winter, but we're not going to get a Dream of Spring.
No,
That's going to have to come, after he's dead.
honestly, I don't even think we're gonna get Winds of Winter.
And we may not.
Which I said, he did a really good job.
Yeah. I mean, obviously we're talking about it, and we want to get the end of the story, but
Well, see, that's actually one of the big things that kind of has me worried and scared is the fact that how close to accurate was the ending of Game of Thrones? Like, that's the most terrifying aspect. Like, oh no, that's actually kind of how I was going to end it. Obviously, there's going to be some differences, but Uh, It's really faithful to what I told him how the book was going to end. That would just be heartbreaking, and that would double down why he's never gonna finish it.
Well, and honestly, the whole idea of Daenerys going nuts and having to be put down doesn't bother me. But the execution needs to be right.
Well, no, there's no way to. Well, Daenerys may go insane. I'm low on that likely account. The fact that John is going to be the one who's R'hllor reborn or the chosen of R'hllor, or however the hell that works. That's the high likelihood. And the only way to forge Lightbringer is to actually, what do they call it again in forging? Squelching or something like that?
Yeah.
Is in the chest of the person you love the most. So Daenerys is going to die at Jon's hands because that's what's going to be required to make Lightbringer, and that's what's going to be required to kill the Night King. Unlike what they, God, that was so dumb. We're just gonna have Arya do it because I like Arya too. No. So honestly, my big question is, do you think Daenerys will actually get pregnant? Because that's one of those hidden potentials out there where it's like, I wonder.
It would certainly be interesting if she did get pregnant and give birth. That way you have
A
a
Targaryen line.
Targaryen who is going to rule Westeros. Um, but in the meantime, it's going to be managed by, I would wager, Tyrion.
Yeah, that's where I would sit. Is Tyrion's going to be the hand, and he's gonna be the steward, as it were,
Yeah,
to um guide the realm as he raises or helps raise
the
the young
Targaryen.
Targaryen.
Yeah. And that would be my suspicion is what Martin was planning on doing. Whether or not he actually does that or whether or not that's the story we get is another question entirely.
Nah. Well, and then there's also the question with Arya, like, does she become, or she does become one of the faceless, but is she still Arya? Because that was actually one of the big things I know I was sitting on, is the fact that she is likely, like, my theory is that Arya will become, well, she will become faceless, but part of, I'm assuming, becoming faceless is that the mini face god will kind of like grant your wish the same that they did with the dying slaves who kind of started the religion, or the guy who started the religion who listened to the dying slaves.
Yeah.
So she'll get what her dreams are, or her deepest dreams are, which is going to be the execution of her list. You know, Cersei, the Hound, the Phrase, like all that's going to be done, whether by her hands or whatnot. And then after that happens, will she be Arya still, or will she be just a faceless? She will no longer be Arya. She is now literally like the avatar of the faceless god.
Well, and I feel like in order for her to become a faceless, she has to die.
See, now actually, I thought of another kind of darker aspect. Because, like they were saying, you know, you have to give up what it is to be Arya to become faceless.
Hmm.
You think she might actually have to kill Nymeria?
It's certainly possible. But Nymeria is on another fucking continent.
I know, but I got no problem believing that she's gonna end up back in Westeros,
Yeah.
and she'll get done what she has to get done. Then the question is like, you know, like you said, she has to die. But before she has to die, she has to, in a sense, erase what was Arya. Now, I guess you can't go too far down that rabbit hole, though, because then that would mean she would have to end up, you know, killing Sansa and
Yeah, at
Rickon and
that
stuff
point,
like
she's
that.
killing everyone she's ever known.
So no, that's a false lead, false potential, I should say. But yeah, for those of you who don't know, book 1, 2, and 3 were quite well adapted, even for someone like me who's a pretty hard staunch purist.
Yeah.
But everything beyond that. Now, something I've told Alex before, probably sick of hearing it. There is a movie I really liked called Finding Forrester. It's a Sean, but it's about a talented inner city kid who's a phenomenal writer, and he ends up becoming a, what do I want to say, protege, I guess, of the author.
Yeah.
And there's this one part where, you know, if you're being mentored by a writer, you've got to write. Well, he ran into a bit of a writer's block. And so what the author did was he pulled out something he had written, and he's like, okay, take this, you're going to write it word for word until you start to develop the story. And once you start to develop the story, it's slowly going to morph into your story. So what started off as mine turns into ours, then develops into completely yours. And I have to admit, even though I knew they were going completely off script with the movie or the TV show, I was kind of hoping that's what was happening. So, you know, it's not going to be the final version that George was going for, but, you know, it's going to be something that they put, in a sense, their blood, sweat, and tears into to develop. And if that's where their blood, sweat, and tears developed, they can keep it. So, I was hopeful, and then they shat on me. So, down with Dumb and Dumber, may they never get work again.
They actually would have fit right in at Disney.
Which is funny because actually they were, from what I understand, they were going to be given directing over a new Star Wars movie. But after the massive backlash, they're like, we want nothing to do with it.
Well, yeah, no, their people were pissed at what happened to Game of Thrones.
Mm-hmm. And that's the stupid part, is like, literally, all they had to do was not fuck it up. And they fucked it up. Hardcore.
They snatched failure from the jaws of victory.
Oh, seriously. I'm trying to remember now what TV show that just popped in my head, and it's like, I can't imagine how you could have fucked this up more. Oh, that's what it was. It was, that movie, Thank You for Smoking. Good movie, totally worth a watch. And your job is to keep secrets, and you just blabbed it all to some reporter. I can't imagine how you could have fucked this up more. Is exactly what Dumb and Dumber are guilty of.
Yeah.
I don't know if you started, but you didn't.
Yeah, I picked a fight with Rabadon.
Okay. Clear out my inventory one more time.
Hitch a ride! I should be maxed out on pinky parts, so.
But yeah, no, my theory when it comes to, well, at least the potential for Daenerys to have a kid comes to the fact that Jon was raised from the dead, so he's going to be in a, like, some weird quasi-state that'll make it to where it's possible for him to impregnate her.
Yeah, like he's literally the only one.
Mm-hmm. He's Tigger. His own. Sorry.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Ow! Balls.
How did he know that I'm not balls? No, that's the other thing. Like, even working within the bullshit that they developed for the final seasons of Game of Thrones, they literally like chose the worst path to go down. Like, come on, okay, fine.
He's going to bed. He's going to bed.
I didn't bring bombs.
I did.
I'm gonna fly this guy to the moon, let him play among the stars. I think you broke his face.
Yeah, fucked his face right up. Rolly, rolly, rolly. I'm rolling out of bed. Rolly, rolly, rolly. I rolled right onto head.
I want your tail. Damn it. Ah, got the tail. Come on, you're getting sleepy. If you're just gonna leave your tail behind, I don't mind if I do.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and cut up this big old steak.
I know a kitty that's gonna turn this into something prime.
Straight up. Let's see if I can't get a paralysis off on this guy.
I just mounted it, so. Come on. You know you don't like it when I stab you in the eye. Why don't you just lay down? Uh-oh, he's about to drop.
Yeah, he's gotta be getting close.
No, guess he's pissed. Nah, he's slow. He's ready. I see a skull.
Sent a trail right up Main Street. This is the proper use for piercing pods. He's ready.
Putting trap. I guess there's no Beetlejuice.
No, we had 3 bigs from the start.
I think I did too, but
Well, I am going to go grab a couple more bits of honey. And I'm going to be happy.
here it is. guess I'm happy already then.
I mean, no Beetlejuice kind of sucks, but you know.
Whatever. At least I can say I truly soloed one.
I know you sold one before.
I don't know, but I guess that's true. But in recent times, with daggers. God damn it. That's right. I still need to look up the whole what your weapons say about you thing when it comes to.
I gotta take a leak. I'll be right back.
So you want me to get the last couple of fossils? Roger Bilko. Oh, funny, stupid complaint. I don't know if anyone here watched the second Sonic movie. Sadly enough, it's not as good as I was hoping for. But, where they put the flags on their uniforms is incorrect. I don't know if I'm the I can't be the only one who saw that. Wait, that's the wrong shoulder. But it came to mind, so it was something that kind of tickled me. Where it's like, oh, come on, guys. Flags go on the right shoulder. Combat patches go on the left.
I should have switched the views over, but I didn't because I'm a dumbass.
I'll be well.
Yeah, this is gonna clear 5 for me, so I'm pretty fucking happy. Not that I'm upgrading armor or anything, but
Mm-hmm.
da 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 da.
Oh, I haven't watched it yet, but there apparently is a guy on YouTube who made a hour and 10-minute video about how Amazon fucked up the Wheel of Time series.
Only an hour and 10 minutes?
Well, to be fair, they're only done with the first season, right?
I think I could have doubled that easy. And I've only watched the first 3 episodes.
No, no. Egwene is not a goddamn Tovir.
There is no question about the dragon's gender. And why do the Trollocs look like ass?
Yeah, I remember that's being one of the big complaints is the Trollocs
Ready
just...
to visit ecological research partner?
Oh, they're adorable.
It's Uncanny Valley shit. Or just bad design. I'm not 100% sure. I'm leaning more towards bad design. Just because they just look like ass. It's not like this. It's kind of like Sonic, but
You know, you think that would actually be one of the more important things too, because of the fact that, you know, the Trollocs are one step below Absolute Fear Incarnate, right next to the Mirror Droll, the Halfman, the whatever.
yeah.
Oh, it's you.
What quest did you just do?
The quest I just did. I didn't post anything yet.
Oh. Okay. Stream's a little behind then.
Shouldn't be more than a little bit. I'm just dicking around in town at the moment.
Got it. Ready for the refill, bye-bye.
I saw. I just was gonna take care of my shit and do it while you were taking care of yours.
But I don't know. Game of Thrones. Wheel of Time is one of those I think I'm gonna be a little too purist on, so I just know that they're gonna piss me off. Certain things I know I would do that they're probably not going to do. Other things that they're just gonna totally, oh, that doesn't really matter.
Nah, there's a lot of real dumb shit they do, like giving Perrin a wife and then having him kill her to explain his reluctance to go into his battle frenzy. It's like, no, no,
That happened in book or season 1?
happened in episode 1.
Oh my god, that's so bad.
No, it's a word I'm not allowed to say on Twitch, is what it is.
It sure is a pile.
Yeah, it is.
Oh my god, that is horrible. Is Matt already a world famous gambler, I guess? Why not?
No, Matt's still pretty useless. But he finds the dagger of Shardar Logoth in an alley. Instead of the three of them going and actually meeting Mordeth, he's just like walking around. Oh, look, a dagger. And it's just him.
So bad.
Oh,
But-
you have no idea.
You're right, I don't, because I remember one of the things you were pointing out is, oh yeah, no, Tom would just happen to be at Whitebridge. Well, first off, they're supposed to get separated from Tom at Whitebridge. Second of all, why? No. The only reason why Tom joined in is because he understands that you cannot trust Aeside, and he has a nephew that he wants to kind of, by proxy, protect and whatnot because he's already dead because of the Aeside. No, he's just in Whitebridge, and I guess he hears a dark friend talking. What? Fucking what? Thank you, good sir.
Yeah,
So-
no, everything about. Yeah, I like I said, I went through 3 episodes, and I hated all of it. There was. Don't even get me started on the interpretive dance that is how Aes Sedai casts magic now.
Well, they have to let the lesbian dance theory people have a job somewhere.
Yeah, no, apparently all you have to do to stop Aes Sedai from casting and channeling is to trip them. Because if they can't do their dance moves, they can't cast.
Dance revolution.
Yeah, no, there's so much about it. And the whole thing about awakening. They start off like the very first scene of episode 1 is Nynaeve pushing Egwene into the river to awaken her powers.
But she doesn't understand that. There is no powers. They're just oddities. As far as she's concerned.
And apparently there's a group of ladies there to help them do it, and all of them have awakened powers too.
No, because Nynaeve was about the only legit wind talker?
Yeah.
Wisdom. Because that's what, I mean, spoiler, because it kicks in book 3 or 4. They start admitting most of us actually can't listen to the wind, but we know other signs to look for so we can make, wisdom-esque type predictions.
Yeah.
So dumb. Don't you know that the world's filled with wilders? They just weren't smart enough to go to school to become Aes Sedai's, I guess.
Well, they just figured shit out on their own by pushing each other into the river. No, there was enough in the first 3 episodes of the Wheel of Time dumpster fire that I probably could have gone off. You know, if I want to really sit down and itemize everything that pissed me off about it, I probably could have made a 2-hour video to whine about 3 hours of bullshit TV. Over here.
Good to know. Yeah, my brother was the one who introduced me to the
Sign
series.
up for the quest partner.
And he watched it.
It's time to
Apparently
hunt the
he's
monster
okay
and
with
let
it.
that trip.
But his biggest complaint is Loyal isn't big enough.
That is the stupidest complaint ever of all time.
I know. I'm sitting there going,
There's so many other good complaints.
no, Loyal needs to be bigger. And if we're gonna talk about issues with, people needing to be bigger, we need to talk about
Expanse.
yeah, the Expand series. That's one that I can go on a fucking rant about. I only watched one episode.
Yeah, no, that was another one of those shows that just fucking infuriated the shit out of me. And it should have been animated. It really just when you're talking about space travel and you don't have artificial gravity,
Yeah.
you know, I mean, and I guess you have thrust gravity,
But you have to think about it. You got space travel, you got zero G, you got high burn, and then the fact that what the proto model cool does, that's one of those things where people are watching recordings of Sirius Station, and where you literally see like a rib cage with an arm just crawling across the ground type thing. It's like, yeah, no, that they should have totally been animated. On top of the fact that all belters are supposed to be like minimal 6 feet tall.
Oh,
In which case, they needed an entire staff of people that were 6 feet to 8 feet tall. And on top of the fact that there's a couple who use so many steroids that they look like a bull and 8 feet tall. And I have no idea how tall the guy is who played the Mountain, but you pretty much need, a couple dozen of that guy. Well, the guy who played the Mountain the second time. The one who actually fought the Prince of Dorne.
yeah. Yeah,
Probably.
you need some big motherfuckers. So, I need a Palomo. And it looks like we haven't actually been to the Coral Highlands on a high rank mission. So, I suppose the best thing is to just do the assigned mission then, because nothing else is in the Coral Highlands. Because the assigned mission is in the Coral Highlands. It's going after Pinky.
But what about the brain?
There's no brain.
Yeah, no, it looks like we need to go the assigned path.
I need 2 flyers, I need 2 bigs, and I need Flora. So I guess if we get Palomo and Pinky, I will be happy.
I need a thing and capture a large. And Flora, so, okay.
Yeah, I guess I'll go big on this one. Hopefully you can join me. So I'm using a ticket.
Cannot join because you have not progressed enough in the story.
Stupid fucking cutscenes.
I wonder if you cancel if you can get your ticket back.
I don't think so. I think your ticket's just gone.
Gone. But yeah, no. Oh, cutscene at the very beginning.
Yep.
A
No, I've talked to people about my issue with what they do to make the movies. Like one of the things I'm still apparently in the minority of is I apparently am a part of the smaller crowd that never cared for the Lord of the Rings movies, any of them.
You can join me now.
You okay there, partner? Don't worry about me. I'm alright. That's a subspecies of Rathian.
Oh,
Really
hopefully I
strange
can
because I've
bounce
never
out
seen
real
any
quick
other
like
kinds of
and
them in the New World before.
join you and maybe not get shafted.
You didn't use a ticket, did you?
No, I did not.
You should be fine then.
Return from quest! I don't care about the Rathian behind me. As I sit there smirking while the pink Rathian's going absolutely apeshit.
So there's no Palomo here, which is unfortunate. I don't know if you've done that delivery or not.
I have not.
I'm not in combat, god damn it. Fine, I'll flee.
You can't do that. It won't translate properly to film. Oh, I think that's used as a blanket excuse.
I mean, I think it's a legitimate excuse sometimes, but
Sometimes, yes. The problem is I think it's overused.
like that's the thing with like Ready Player One. There was a whole lot about that that's like, I don't know how they're going to turn this into a movie.
They didn't have a prayer. And honestly, one of the things that didn't even come to mind prior to watching the movie was the fact that just simple licensing. They weren't going to have access to some of the stuff that they would need. Which, okay, fine, I'll grant some leeway. But beyond that, like, I'm with you. Oh, we're going to start off with a race. Huh. You do realize that there's going to be at least one racer within days that's going to go the wrong direction just because they feel like being a dick, right?
Yeah.
No. That would never happen. Oh, yes, it would.
People don't do that. I guess they do.
You don't know any gamers, do you?
People get frustrated and do dumb shit all the time. It would have taken exactly one race for someone to find the key. Maybe two.
I think it would have taken about 3. And the main reason for that is you're going to have people who are going to be going balls out, trying to do everything they can. And then there's going to be one guy who realizes that he's on a moped. And he's going to be like, you know what? Fuck this noise.
I'm going to drive backwards. And I'm going to see if I can't run into these fuckers head on and ruin their day.
Well, the question is do you have to drive backwards? Can you flip a bitch and just start driving? But yeah, no, that was just straight up stupidity where it's like, wait, what? And how all the, well, not all of them, but they look kind of elfin also. And that was actually one of the things I liked about Artemis is uh she actually did more to try to reproduce herself. So, she was more of a heavy-set girl, as it were. And that was one of the things that Parzival actually liked about the character is not many people, make plus-sized characters. They make, Adonises and Athena, well, not Athena's, Aphrodites and what have you.
Mm-hmm.
So having somebody that looks a little more realistic or proportionate is what was intriguing about Artemis.
Yeah. Alright, well. Without a Palomo, I got nothing better to do than to hunt this Pinky. Wait.
just need to grab a few more plants and I'll be good to go.
Damn it.
Yeah, no. That and the fact that they cut out. Oh no, we're gonna have Artemis be captured. Really? You're not gonna have it to where Parzival decides to go on what is potentially a suicide mission because he intentionally puts himself in debt by hundreds of thousands of credits, so he gets captured? I mean, no, this is dumb.
Well, I mean, obviously it has to be Artemis who gets captured, because otherwise, patriarchy.
Especially since he's the one who saves, I guess, her, Artemis, and or yeah, saves Artemis and H. And spoiler, well, if you've seen the movie, it's not a spoiler. H is a big black woman, and I think the book did that part much better too.
Yeah, it did.
Okay, I'll pick you up. All right, so he's waiting. Then all of a sudden, this big like Winnebago type thing pulls up, opens the door, gets inside, and then I don't know. I always picture it being like Islander level big. I mean, that's how I picture it.
Yeah.
And just like sitting there staring forward, and him just staring at her, going, "Huh." What? Who knew the best people or one of the best BBB players was a woman? Just didn't expect that. Oh, and she is gay too, but I don't know how much that really matters.
Not really. It did allow the characters to bond over adolescence.
Yeah. When you're in school, they do last name plus numbers. Because imagine if in school they allowed you to put it in any name you wanted. Cockmaster, could you please answer question 4?
No!
Oh wow, you're getting fucked up.
I got stun locked. I am slowly fixing the problem. But I did get riggedy fucking wrecked. No.
Here I go to wreck the day.
I need to put this fucker down and set off a couple of barrel bombs on his head. He's going to sleep. Alright. I call this wakey bakey.
Into the wall.
Slicing rounds into his butt.
Stop your screaming. Not easy, right? Can't.
Oh, he didn't do the double turn.
done with you.
Panda bear. We don't take kindly to your kind around here.
Actually, we don't take kindly to you running away when we're trying to cut off your tail.
Also, yes. I wonder if I have enough sleep rounds to put him down again.
Well, I was thinking about asking you that earlier, but because if we want to do that, we might as well go get more bombs, and this time I'll actually bring them.
Oh, I have some bombs. I have large barrel bombs and mega barrel bombs that I bring on these nastier hunts.
Yeah, no, as soon as I started bringing the armor charm and the power charm, I started hitting item cap like quick like. So at that point I usually decide not to or be a little more sparse. Which I guess I shouldn't do, because like part of me, especially when it comes to like taking on a Beetlejuice, I tend to want to bring in like dung ammunition and shit like that. Choppy, choppy tail, choppy, choppy tail. So what is that round anyways? Is it like a delayed charge or something?
It's the slicing round. It is delayed, and once it fires, it damages like 5 or 6 times. It ignores armor. It's pretty nifty, honestly. Like, it does good damage. And plus it does, obviously, slicing damage.
Nah.
It's the only weapon I have that does slicing.
Ah, tail gone. That was all Zionex. But honey, I hell, you got the final. Look what I got. Oh, that was easy. I was like, how the hell am I stunned?
Fucking TT is the real hero.
The only monster I'm tracking right now is in front of me. It better not be leaving the area.
Nah, he can't. He's the primary quest. He can't
Tails
leave.
over here.
It must be either, it's probably Odogaron, since he doesn't belong here.
Nah. I fucking hate Odogaron.
I would be surprised if, Tsetse is the one who leaves.
See, in situations like now, his heart rate is low. Is that due to the paralysis?
No, I think as soon as he settles down, he's probably going to be just about ready to be caught. He's just pissed at the moment.
the wall. Oh! Had to do one more rotation.
That's a limp. That is 100% a limp.
I mean, I'm not seeing a skull, but yeah.
Yeah. He's gonna go up to where Legiana likes it.
That's why we catch a ride.
That's why I place a trap.
Oh, you already got it?
I fucked up. I pushed the wrong button, placed a trap. Hi, Odogaron. Bye, Odogaron. I'm gonna have to farm the shit out of you for my gun, but...
Have you tried Odogaron Plus? Oh no, he's going to where one of the ears of the Palomo.
Yeah, no, the best gun I can craft, pre-Iceborne.
I can only put a trap here, so here's hoping. Nope. Bump him and he goes backwards a few pixels.
Master subspecies, right here in the new world? We need to report this to the commander, ASAP.
Alright, let's report it to the commander.
Commander, there's an ASAP over there.
It's a pancake!
You know, seems like that's a bit of a joke that could get us in trouble. Isn't it amusing that it's a cat is eating sausage at the end of missions?
I don't know why that's amusing at all.
Just an observation. Raise proficiency of any Palico gadget to 10.
Ah, look at the beautiful pink Raytheon.
Never thought we'd find her in the Coral Highlands.
It takes a small combination of miracles for a subspecies to emerge. At least that's what
We
the
were
scholars
looking
say.
for her? I thought so-and-so
All the
was
same,
just surprised
she's in
because it was a
remarkable
weird
condition.
subspecies. Except for the tail,
There is no tail.
She must have grown somewhere
which is
rich
why
in
she's not in
nutrients.
remarkable condition.
I might know where that is.
Admiral!
At last, he returns. I've been enjoying watching your exploits. Fine work, I must say. Well done.
Come, Brawley.
Would it
They
have
call
killed
me
you to
Tiny.
help instead of just watching? What for? You seem to have it covered.
That's not that funny.
Here, I brought you some souvenirs.
Whoa,
I don't know what those are.
Interesting. Where'd you get them? You know where you drove off, Big Ugly? Well, there's a spot further in there. And it's just loaded with these things.
they're incredible. It's like there's this energy pulsing inside them.
Wasn't just me then. Ha! I'll wager they
Something's
tie into this
pulsing
whole
inside
thing
of
we've
them.
been studying somehow. Well,
We're studying?
I intend to find out how. Raise your hand or paw if you're with me. Any of these jaggy brains up for a challenge? These two.
Nope.
Wait, what?
Hi, don't volunteer me.
Okay, you two. See you on site. I'll be at the tunnel. And don't you keep me waiting.
So I'm curious,
I hate waiting.
are they not including the handler, or are they not including the Pelico?
Have fun.
They shouldn't include the handler. She's about fucking useless. My kitty's amazing. It poisons everything it touches.
All right, partner. Time for an expedition into the Everstream. The Admiral said don't be late.
Devil Ho sighting.
That makes a sad Buddha. I'm seeing a bunch of exclamation points.
Yeah.
Cool drink.
Taking a leak.
Goldfish bait. Ah, yes. How can I improve the tree? Wish. Woo woo. That'll make Zylinx happy.
I like being happy. What'll make me happy?
So, we have a delivery to increase the storage box for the tree. And I got an investigation to capture a Palomo.
New products in
Oh,
stock.
nice. Cool drinks. Guess I need to pick up a few of these.
I don't think so. You're gonna be making cool drinks as soon as you get to the area.
More steam.
Not to be picky, chef, but you do realize regardless of what I pick, you cook the exact same thing. I mean, that's straight up delicious. I'd pay an arm and a leg for it, but damn. Yep, the Everstream is now available.
Oh, that's right. Hurry back now.
One more mission.
New delivery. You can do that right now.
Hello.
Bigger harvest box is always nice.
posted that my investigation. You know, now I think about that, it's another one of those little tidbits. Like when it comes down to movies and, well, yeah, books and movies. I'm not sure actually how many I've watched that have been made.
I don't know. There's probably quite a few, but there's a lot of them that are just the adaptations are garbage. You know, and I think, you know, and there's some of them that are just fucking horrible. Like, you know, Starship Troopers comes to mind. I mean, don't get me wrong, I actually like the Starship Troopers movie, but it has nothing to do with the book.
I was gonna say that is the perfect example of. So there's the book, and then there's the movie. What do they share in common? Names.
That's about it.
You do realize that the mobile infantry is in a sense Spartans, right? Well, they're not, you know, augmented, but they're in power armor. They are the Brotherhood of Steel.
Yeah.
No, we're just gonna give them a rifle.
And Stormtrooper armor. Don't forget the Stormtrooper armor.
Oh, we're gonna turn Dizzy into a chick because reason.
Rico's gotta fuck something.
And she is some bit of tasty, I'll say that.
I'm actually okay with Dizzy being a girl.
But
I'm
it's not
also
accurate
okay
to
with the
the
co-ed
story.
showers.
Yeah, because mobile infantry, I don't even know if they do get each hours. Especially in the early days, man. Those guys are straight up roughing it.
Palomo. This is high rank. Oh yeah, this is definitely high rank.
Yes.
Capture Palomo. Got it. Okay. This makes me happy.
Starship Troopers. Now the problem with Starship Troopers, well, no problem, just the differentiation, is the book is a lot more philosophical than it is action oriented.
That's
And
true.
I get dropped off right next to the Paloma. Of course, I'd still get bent. I was watching this one guy who did a deep dive about the whole Starship Trooper thing. And apparently the director didn't get past the prologue. He's like, I imagine fascism. And there were talks a couple years back about the remaking of Starship Troopers. And the guy's like, don't do that. That'll help Trump supporters or some nonsense. Like, what? What the hell are you talking about?
It's Twitter, dude. It's not real life.
Well, no, the director was the one who was saying it, though. The old director.
Did he say it on Twitter?
Might have. I think he said it or in something that became an article, though.
If Twitter has taught me anything, tweets become articles all the time.
That to be true. That do be true.
Which makes me disgusted and shamed to be considered of the same race as these people.
Mm-hmm. No, one of the things that still kind of makes me laugh. Well, actually, it was two parts of the book. It's when he's taught, or when he's being taught by Mr. Dubois as what was it, the morals and ethics class or something like that.
Yeah.
You don't have to pass it, but you have to take it.
Yeah.
And
Which is a fascinating concept, honestly.
yeah, it really is. But oh, one was where something received without being earned holds no merit. I don't know if I agree with that, Mr. Dubois. Oh, really? You were in track, right? Yes. And then he scribbles down first place in track. Congratulations, you are first place in track. Here's your certificate. Is this supposed to be a joke, Mr. Dubois? You know I got second place. Oh no, but I'm making you first place right now. Doesn't it hold any meaning to you? Well, no, because I got second. That's what I'm trying to tell you. If it's not earned, it has no value.
Thank you, participation awards.
Mm-hmm.
And he wrote that shit in like the 80s before participation rewards became a thing.
Honestly, that one might have actually been written in the 70s. But yeah, no, this is straight up old school. And this is the funny part. For those of you who have actually watched us and listened to some of our opinions, this guy was a straight up registered social democrat. Like what AOC claims to be is, I don't know. Don't care. They're not my tribe. But I agree with him a lot, even though I disagree with him vehemently, apparently.
I just think what a social democrat in the 70s versus what a social democrat is today is just wildly different. Like,
I can't go that far because honestly, steal from the Bible. Um, by their fruits you shall know them. This is what social democrats have evolved into. Makes it sound like the roots are pretty damn nasty then. I mean, they could have some good ideas. I'm not going to begrudge them having good ideas, but just look what they spawned. I mean, to go back to, because fuck Bill Maher. I mean, Bill Maher supported just about everything that led up to, current day, current year. And now he's sitting there going, okay, maybe this is a little dumb. Maybe this is a little too far. It's like, you were integral, whatever, to this development. So getting cold feet now is bullshit, in my opinion.
so I just found electrified fur. I don't know if there's a Kieran running around or not. I feel like if there's an elder around that's usually the only thing around, but
Yeah, no, I found some blue tracks. I have to admit I didn't pay attention to what they were saying though, so. Resource center. So honey and mushrooms. I guess I need to pay more attention though. Oh, I found the Palomo. Go me. Something headline at least.
what's up?
Great author. Highly recommend. I was just talking about our going back to
Timeline.
yeah, to the whole Starship Trooper things. That was a great book. I've gone back to it many times. Highly recommend.
Yeah, no, it really is a very good book.
Of course, one thing I thoroughly enjoyed about the book it's gonna take a lot to become a thing. So if a child is young enough and they get into trouble, it's the parents who are punished. God, wouldn't that be amazing? Why are we being punished? Because apparently you didn't teach your child right, so we're gonna make sure you learn your lesson, so you'll teach your child a lesson.
Yeah.
Unfair. Please, no. Public vloggings are a thing, even for children. Speaking is bad and funny. Can it be bad? Like there's a difference between discipline and abuse. People don't want to differentiate.
Is there a reason why you're whispering?
I'm whispering.
I guess I can turn you up. It's not a big deal.
I mean, I can talk about her if you want.
I mean, did you move your mic?
I just moved it closer now. Does this work?
A little better.
Can you hear me now?
Please don't do that again.
Please, Neil.
I'm ready when you are. I meant,
Most-
um,
Oh, that. Got it.
yeah, I'm already hunting Palomo.
Bastard. Henny Kenny. All of the honey.
It's gonna take me a bit to get this fucker broken down. He keeps running away.
Hello, Palomo.
I also didn't bring my full assortment of goodies on this hunt. It's just Palomo. But despite being just a Palomo, he still has a fucking truckload of hit points.
Oh, especially since we're on high rank. I think I should be ready and
Like I said, I'm just picking at him.
I forget we can get his tail.
I think we can.
Actually, yeah, no, that was something that was coming to mind earlier. I don't know if you're in the verge for it, but one of the games that was coming to mind is Secret of Mana. That's what it was.
I mean, now that we're in the same physical location, yeah, I can find that.
Well, the question is though, is do we do the emulator path or do we do the remake? I mean, I like the remake.
the remake. I know it got a lot of shit online, but
No, I like the remake too, but the big complaint I have is the fact that, like, I can't disconnect. Like, oh, I'm gonna go over here and do something real quick. In which case, I disconnect from my character. It now is an NPC temporarily. And that they took that away. And that's my biggest complaint.
I mean, it makes power leveling annoying.
Well, it's the power leveling aspect. It's the, like I said, the whole, hey, you know, I'm going to go over there and grab something. So I'm just going to, you know, disconnect my character, R&B from a character, and let them just run around as an NPC. Like, that was my biggest complaint with the damn reboot.
Yeah, I agree with that wholeheartedly. But at the same time, I think the reboot was fairly solid, all things considered.
Yeah, improved the animation of, or the, do I say animation? The artisticness, I guess.
Yeah, no, I can totally get behind some secret mana.
I mean, it definitely is a game we both enjoyed.
I mean, unless you, I mean, I'm good with Monster Hunter for a while longer. Plus, we got Salt and Sacrifice
Still want to keep
up.
going with Monster Hunter. I guess it's ultimately going to be a, depending on the how the whole Salt and Sacrifice aspect goes. But if that goes well, then that's going to be our combo for a little while, or for a while. But yeah, no, I'd rather do this than Secret of Mana. But it was just one of those as an option. I was like, oh yeah, no, I can totally see doing that in the future. Oh, that's horseshit. Oh, I didn't. That's why. I'm smooth brained. So when I came in, I was knocked off course from the campsite.
Yeah.
So I didn't go straight to the box. And after I ran away, I didn't go to the box. So I was trying to look for my first aid, well, my first aid plus, and I couldn't find it. And I was like, why the fuck don't I have first aid plus? Oh, it's because
you don't have first aid.
Yeah, I didn't pick it up, so just realizing my stupidity. Maybe close.
I feel like probably there. Yeah, he's there.
That's a limp.
Spider-Man! I like how we both got off with that. Let him go to sleep.
Nappy time, nappy time. Your lids are so heavy. Nappy time. Don't
Ready?
mind the bullets in your ass.
They're trank bullets.
I know, but he's still getting well, maybe not penetrated, but he's getting
Shot.
thrusted.
I don't want to say grave, but
You know, earlier today when I was watching some comedians, there's this one guy, and he was sitting there. He's like, "I accidentally went on a gay date." Now look at me. You may not know it, but I love basketball. I love it. It's a great game. Now, I'm playing, pickup. Okay, this one's gonna be a little spicier.
spicy's fine. I love spicy.
But we're playing, like at the Y or something like that. Spicy. We're playing at the Y. And, you do pickup game, 5v5. Well, this guy, 6 feet tall, comes in. And, oh, he's on my team. And he is killing it. Like, his ability to play is amazing. And it's like, man, how are you not doing this professionally? And he's like, well, I used to. I just was kind of done with it, so I don't do it anymore. It's like, damn, you're amazing. And the guy's like, yeah, no, we did really well together and all that jazz. You want to go to a Lakers game? Do I want to go to a Lakers? Of course I want to go to a Lakers game. Well, I got floor seats. You got fucking floor seats at the Lakers game. Yes, I want to go. So he gives me his phone. And I put in my phone number. I'm sitting there going, hell yeah, floor seats at a Lakers game. We're going to kick some ass. Well, he arrives at my place to pick me up early. So I'm sitting there like, hold on, I'm still dressing. Seriously, he arrived early. I don't take a long time to get dressed. And when I get downstairs, the passenger door is open. And I'm like, man, he must have one of those really advanced cars for his door to be open because his truck was amazing. And I'm still looking around like, man, this is a really nice truck. He's like, damn straight it is. So we're driving, or we get there, we get to the floor seats. They hand us a menu at the floors. And I'm looking at everything. It's like, man, that's like a 2 weeks paycheck just for some fucking nachos. And he looks at me. He's like, don't worry about it. I got it. You opened door for me and you're buying me food too. You are my best friend. I will be the ring bearer at your wedding. I love you that much. Sorry. So the game ends. We go home. And I'm sitting there like, man, that was an amazing night. And I was going to give him a high five. But he opens up his arms. I'm like, okay. So I give him a hug too. And then all of a sudden he starts rubbing his cheek next to my cheek. And it's like, whoa, what are you doing? I'm not gay. He's like, well, I am. But you look normal. What's that supposed to mean? Normal. And?
Hello.
Gay. Oh, shit. He totally did pick me up. I put my number in his phone. He drove me to a location. He paid for my meal. I was the chick.
It's nice to be pampered every once in a while.
Seriously. Doesn't happen enough. That's all I gotta say.
That was enough for me to complete my delivery, so I'm happy.
as I pet my bacon.
Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do.
Whoa, whoa, that was enough for me too.
Very nice, very nice. That's it for assigned.
Yeah, it looks like we need to do a exploration of the adverse stream.
I mean, I certainly got plenty of optionals to do in the 6-star range.
That is also true.
I have 7-star optional, which is just another pink Raytheon. So what are you thinking? Just farm out some 6-stars or keep pushing?
So I'm kind of torn. I mean, I still want to do all the optionals, so I guess I should say do optionals. But also part of my brain is like, well, to improve your gun, you need Odogaron high rank.
Yeah, so I need to hunt a Odogaron to upgrade my gun.
Well, we do have Stuck in a Rut and Tingling Taste. Those are both in the Rotten Vale. So I guess if you want, we can do those.
Yeah, I mean, I would be, yeah, I'm happy to hunt a Odogaron.
I feel like a Friday now.
Hmm.
Option Mitchell, Special Arena, Hard Rank, Palomu. But, yeah, no, so let's do both or either. Stuck in a Rut or a Tingling Taste and move from there.
Because there's almost certainly going to be, well, a Chef's Quest of Rotten Request could very well have an Odogaron as well.
I finished that one, so if you want to do that one, we can, but...
I mean, okay, it's Chef Quest.
Oh, did you watch the Guga thing today?
No, I saw it was crickets.
Uh,
I don't really care to watch them eat crickets.
well, the thing that really made me laugh is I'm getting in trouble. I think they're from Brazil,
Yeah.
and apparently his nephew, I think it's his nephew, uh, he's like, yeah, no, out on the farm, what we do every once in a while is we catch a cricket and cook it over a fire. It was actually quite delicious. What? And there is an Odogaron. And he preferred fresh cooked crickets over dehydrated crickets, apparently. Just as a
Yeah.
professional note, I guess.
Alright, well, I gotta take a leak real quick, but I'm just gonna go straight after Odogaron so he doesn't run away.
Roger that. Speaking of which, I guess I'm gonna fly back to base so I can have me some Mystera meat or something to cure bleeding. I hate when I'm smooth brain like this. That's the second time that I've forgotten to clear out my inventory after a mission. Big brain. Big brain.
Eh, it is what it is. I unfortunately had just barely had the dreaded split stream. Which is odd, because I haven't ejaculated.
Thanks for bringing Chuck and Larry to mind. This is the first time I went to the urinal and I didn't piss in all three of them at the same time.
It just struck me as odd. Like, normally this doesn't happen just cuz.
This is a post ejaculation thing, not a Saturday thing.
I mean, I'm just playing Monster Hunter. Like, come on.
Apparently, you didn't realize how exciting this game was. Look at that Odogaron. Yeah.
I have been pretty happy. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm gonna get that tail on my wall. Well, not on my wall. That's gonna be a notch in my belt, that tail.
That's gonna be a steak in my belly. That's gonna be a euphemism in my mouth. Wait, that didn't come out right.
No. Apparently I should have mounted to continue on with the euphemisms, because Odogaron traveled. And now I think about it, I don't think I equipped, nope, I do not have Hornitar equipped.
I literally just keep the Gyros coil equipped now. The difference in defense from the Defender coil to the Gyros coil isn't that much, and I'm lazy.
And it's That's right, Odogaron. Scream. Sing for me, my angel of bleeding.
I hear some bonging going on. Is that me or you?
Some bonging?
Yeah, walking around, bong, bong, bong.
That's a you thing then. One more. Don't be like that. I was about to crush him into a damn wall, but all of a sudden he decided he's angry.
Fucker. Oh, yeah, he is pretty pissed, ain't he? It sure looks like you can cut off his tail.
Oh, you can cut off its tail, it's just working towards it. Oh, it's still pissed off. Damn it.
Ready to ride?
So I was gonna quote Shawshank Redemption, one of the sisters, but totally forgot any line that would be appropriate. Oh baby, hush. I think it's probably the closest I can remember. I know, I'm seeing a bunch of blue marks, but I don't know if they actually lead to anything this early.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that either.
Oh, that did lead to a wall. Good. What the hell was that maneuver?
I call it the janky jump. Odogaron tail. Yes, sir. How big is the poison cup? Is it between a B and a C, or?
It's hard to say. Oh, dang. Messed up. Come on. That is one pissed off Odogaron.
Yeah, he's fucking angry. I mean, you did cut off his tail, though.
Yeah, he's ready to capture.
Yeah, I see it. Go, my crawly friend. Let us catch us in a Odogaron.
Penny. Bitterbug. Bitterbug.
With enough love, I'll be able to get myself a new gun.
Bigger, better, and more cuts.
Hell yeah. I'm about to say, when I'm not there, you gotta trinket yourself.
Yeah, no, I was prepped.
Flora, bone piles, fanged, large, small. So I need one more small critter, which we'll get.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess I just need to do some bone piles, which are here.
Yep. I need bone piles also.
This is my bone pile. Get out. Tiki!
How many bones do you need?
Just one more.
Follow me then.
Yep, no, I'm ready to kill myself some Australians.
I need you to, well, not complete at least for a minute.
How long am I stalling?
I don't think too long, because now that we have the hard ores, I'm gonna be able to finish off the mining pretty quick, but I need like 2 more bone piles, I believe.
Okay.
Seriously, I'm finding a bunch of blue collectors or collection shit.
I feel like they gotta be like elder dragons or some shit.
I mean, I agree with you, but it's not adding or leading to anything. That's where I'm confused.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, what else would be down here besides
The necros thing.
Yeah.
Need no berries for that. That's been drilled into my itty bitty brain. But yeah, no, if you want to kill Gyros, is just leave, one alive for a minute.
Yeah. We're only at 2 of 10, so. I guess Garoside Plus is new materials.
Mm-hmm.
Should probably skin these fuckers before they disappear. That'll give Buddha more time anyways. Fuck the empty files, they can go the fuck away.
And I am good to go.
Alright then. I will murder myself some gyros.
I am going to turn you into a trench coat.
Just as soon as I find some. Here's some.
Yeah, no, this mission, when I was soloing it, I guess it only took like 10 minutes, but still, it's like, okay, there's 2 Gyroses, there's 4 Gyroses. Now I have to wait for them to respawn, or they ran away and I lost where they ran to.
Nope. That is good old-fashioned victory music.
Ancient fossils! Everything is ancient. Everything is ancient when you look to the past.
Time to skin me some lizards.
You know, thinking back to Guga, how? How hot do you think a barbecue gets, especially if you're using shit like charcoal and what have you?
Probably 400 or 500 degrees. I mean, I think it largely depends on where the meat is, but
Well, I'm more thinking the indirect temperature, because that's one of those things, you know, he cooks it over the flame, then he shifts it over to where it's in indirect heat.
yeah.
And it's just, I was kind of just trying to use that as a reference, because,
Well, that's it, like the same thing we do is where we sear it, then we bake it.
well, but that's what I'm trying to say, though. It's like, how hot should the oven be when we're doing the indirect heat aspect in comparison to the direct heat?
I don't think the heat matters. I think it's the internal temperature that matters.
Well, as the end result, yes. I'm just saying, though, in a general sense, like, because I doubt we want to drop it down to, what is it, like 200 degrees is the bottom temp for an oven, but at the same time, oh, that
No.
is horrible. I'm sorry, man. I don't know if you could see this, but look at my screen real quick.
Yeah. Oh, fuck, that's awful.
Yeah.
I thought I had bad fucking bounties. That's straight up cum.
Apparently, I kicked puppies in a previous life.
So I guess we're dicking off on the next mission.
Well, we
Or hunting another Odogaron.
sure. I mean, I would argue we should do the optionals.
I think there's an optional Odogaron at this point. At least I hope there is.
When I checked, there wasn't, but there were 2 optionals in the Rotten Vale. And there's still a minor chance of, blah blah blah,
No.
of Odogaron appearing in the core reef, so we should have about 4 missions that we can do that will spawn a Odogaron.
What's up, bot? I wouldn't qualify this as a Dark Souls.
No, it is not Dark Souls 4, but it is enjoyable.
Fair amount of difficulty as well.
And Peak Raytheon skill improves the Defender gear. Good times. How's your life going? It's been a while, bot.
Watch as I cut steak. Cook steak. Dice steak. Stir stew. Kabachi. That's good. I like crystal meth. It's a lot of fun. Shit for your fucking personal hygiene though. Like your teeth start falling out and you just smell like ass all the time, but
So brush your teeth, take a shower, and enjoy the ride.
yeah, it doesn't matter.
Is it teeth grinding, I guess?
Yeah, you will it does make you superhuman. It really does. It makes you be able to focus on all sorts of shit like building card towers and making giant golden penises in Minecraft.
Honestly, I thought you were going to talk about playing that, what was that, like, Super Tetris thing?
Oh yeah, I did. I did do a bit of a Tetris thing.
You have like this hardcore difficulty, and when you're on meth, it's amazingly easy. Along with apparently he was getting banned from Call of Duty 1?
It was Call of Duty 2. I got in trouble for being too good at Call of Duty 2.
What was the raps I wanted again?
You want the Great Gyro's skirt. So which one of us is Batman? I'm not sure. It's because I'm Batman. Fucking balls. I didn't mean to do that.
Because I'm Batman. First try. You have to be more specific.
This is my voice. This is always my voice. No, I had to change my mic a little bit. I'm not trying to be deeper than I normally am. It's just, Buddha's actually in the same physical location. Yeah, I know. I do that. It's like 90% of my job. I can't help myself. I just lie. But yeah, no, Buddha is actually here with me in the same physical location, and
He has to shift over to his low quality gaming headphones instead of using his high quality mic. I mean, don't get me wrong. Back of the head, front of the head. I mean, like, I need specifics, man.
I think a slap is a slap. Whoa, whoa, whoa!
That's for post stream, man. You're not. You have to be the subscriber to see that shit.
Have you paid up on your OnlyFans, man? Like, serious? Like, that's like an OnlyFans exclusive right there.
Seriously.
Yeah, no. Thanks for hanging out with us tonight, dude.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, so as far as my gun is concerned, I could definitely use another Odogaron. Looks like Ooh, you're gonna need to talk to Buddha about some Dishonored. Buddha got into Dishonored
I
pretty
got
fucking
psychotic
hard.
into. Are you talking about the first one or the second one? Just to be specific, because I have not touched the second one. Yeah, no, actually, so there's an achievement for being dishonored with without leveling up, except for Blink, and I actually mistook that as I could level up Blink, so I actually ran through twice. One with only Blink level 2, and one with Blink level 1. I was so pissed off at that. See, well, have you beaten the first? Well, no, you probably haven't.
Yeah,
Well,
it looks like it's still playing the first one.
well, I was asking if he's beaten the first one. Now, this is something that Xionix actually was talking me into, because ultimately they decide what kind of, or what you decided to do. Oh, you did beat it. Okay. So, now the first time I beat it, I went low chaos. Then the next time I just, killed everything, so high chaos. But on the Dishonored 2, apparently it's as if you went for high chaos, so it's not like you've led into... Yeah. Oh, you did that on your first run? Fucking props. I left that for my third run. I killed a few people, but and I love and because I'm a bit of a sadist. I loved the poetic justice that you could do on all the main targets. Oh, I loved it. Hey, I'm the head of the Inquisitors. I'm gonna brand you with the oh, what was it called?
Fourth run, not first.
Oh, oh, you're a little slow. You suck, bot. Come on, that was totally run number 3. You already know the map. You already know where all the goodies are. It's easy to ghost. No power. Well, actually, no. That's a lie. You do beat me on that one because I think I did that particular combo on the 4th run. Yeah, I know it's the High Overseer. I'm just trying to. Oh, the Brand of the Heretic. That's what it was. So you got the Brand of the Heretic. You got the twins that get sold into their own slave mine. Oh, and then you hand off that sister to a not good person. The one of the triplets, I want to say. Yeah, no, I played the ever living shit out of that game, and then I watched somebody. It's rough, but come on, man. It's one of those tests of skills, especially. Like I said, I had to redo the well, what you said, no power, no kill, no and ghost, the whole time or twice, because I thought I could at least level up the blink ability, but that no. Apparently, leveling up the blink ability is cheating, even though it says except for blink ability. I mean, at least put in like parens, blink ability level 1 or some shit like that. That pissed me off so much. I only minorly feel bad for the lady. But I'm a horrible person, so, take that as you will. But yeah, no, I think the only game that I played as fast and hard as I did Dishonored was the initial Mass Effect game. Like, I went psychotic. I played that game. I think I beat the game something like 5 times in a row within a week. Like, there was no...
You were talking about Mass Effect, I believe.
Sorry, I was looking at what Bob said. See, I couldn't do it. Well, first off, when it first came out, I heard too many stories about issues with the game, but I got overwhelmingly pissed that it's just like, oh yeah, no, and you can now play as the Empress because obviously we need to have female characters because we're getting in trouble now, and she now has superpowers. Why? Like, literally, the outsider chose Corvo for a reason, and then she's gonna choose the Empress even though Corvo's there. Like, that, to me, that makes no sense, and I doubt that they can make it make sense inside of the game. And so, just in general overview, I guess it's like, no, that is a horrible decision, and I don't like it at all. And it may be good. It may be good. I have not played it. But the concept, and it just doesn't make sense. Like, because if you do high chaos, then pretty much you're in the final throes of the Empire. If you do no chaos, you are now entering the Golden Age. So is this like mid chaos?
So, I have an investigation. It's hunt Odogaron and Legiana in the Coral Highlands.
Yeah. But okay, sorry, Zionix. That's the question though, but like, how do they explain his powers get taken? The outsider, she's like, oh, you kind of pissed me off, so I'm taking away your powers, but you still have your powers. Because if I remember right, you can choose to either play as Corvo, who should be god level, or as the Empress, who should not have powers anyways, because we need to have a female character. I mean, I don't care about the spoiler. Like I said, I honestly don't think I'll ever touch Dishonored 2. Like, the entire... Like, Dishonored should have been like Final Fantasy. They should have had new people with new events, and they should have ran with that. They should not have run with the original characters, the original scenario, the original groupings. So they should have found Bobo the Clown on another continent, who all of a sudden he gets imbued with superpowers. The Bone Witch? Yeah. Or are you talking about somebody other than the Bone Witch? No, I'm good with doing Legiana and what else again, Xynox?
It's Legiana and Odogaron in the Coral Highlands. But you guys were in the middle of a conversation, so I was clearing out some investigations.
No, that's fine. Like I said, I was trying to focus on what he was saying in chat, but no, seriously, Dishonored. I think Dishonored should have totally gone the Final Fantasy route. You know, keep it the same world, but make it to where, okay, you have Corvo over here on this continent. Either it does or doesn't lead to a golden age, and then I would make it simultaneous in another area that maybe has kind of a lot of the same aspects, but is distinct, and it would actually lead to the almost omnipresence of the outsider, where it's just like, yeah, no, I got another guy over here who's kicking ass too. But why is she part of the outsider? Like, that doesn't make sense. The outsider chooses to do things, well, as far as I took it, for interest and entertainment value. You had the Empress. You had the Empress. See, I just don't think she should have received a mark. I think if they wanted to have a female lead, they should have chosen some different area and give them a mark. But when it comes to her, it just doesn't make sense to me. Well, correction, it can make sense. It'll just be stretching the ever-living shit out of it. Don't get me wrong, I thoroughly hope if you play Dishonored 2, you enjoy it. Well, think about it. Okay, so you have Corvo. Corvo has the power, but somehow it gets taken away, and then after it gets taken away, it's given to the Empress. But if you're giving the Empress the power, she's already the Empress. Now, maybe the Empress is a misnomer of a title, in which case she can't, you know, execute every single noble family out there because, you know, Empress. I mean, just look at Nero and Caligula. They did a lot of horrible things. You're right. I can be misjudging it. I am not going to be holier than thou on that aspect. It's just the general concept of the story. I don't think they could really make it make sense. Well, in a good way, I should say, because Corvo has already become essentially godlike in. I'm ready for the mission when you are, Xanax. In
Well,
the
I've been
game.
trying to get a word in edgewise, but we're not high enough hunter rank to do it.
I thought you said you had it on the. Oh, you were looking at the events. I thought you said you had it as.
No, it was an investigation. I registered the investigation, but we're not high enough hunter rank to do the investigation.
And I mean, I may do it eventually. I view it as unlikely, because like I said, there's too many little things along the way that are just like,
Buddha does this a lot, actually.
hey, I'm just as prejudiced as the next person. What can I say?
Yeah, well, but the thing is you do this where you hear a concept and you go, that sounds dumb. I'm not gonna look into it.
Well, think about it. Same with like the Bobiverse. Very interesting book. I have to admit, I took a fail on that one. Where it's like, okay, we're gonna take a person from the early 2000s who was a programming business owner, and we're gonna turn him into a self-replicating AI in like 2500 or whatever. Huh?
Mission posted.
No, I may do it eventually. I'm not gonna mark it off, but at the same time, it's just the general concept of they should not, they should have shifted to somewhere else and ran with that instead of using the Empress. But from what I understand, you get to choose to play as either the Empress or Corvo.
And according to Bot, if you play as the Empress, it makes sense. You're just refusing to believe that it could make sense.
Well, and the fact that the Outsider apparently is not a god, he's not as strong as you think.
Yeah, it's just you are making a lot of judgments about a game you haven't played, and the story may make sense.
It may make sense. Of course, in my mind, you think they would spend more time trying to show how it makes sense than just like, hey, you can play as Corvo or you can play as the Empress. Huh. Really? Nah, if you recommend it, I'll do more to give a look-see. But just baseline, it's like, this seems flawed in so many ways.
Is your cup empty?
It's close to empty, almost there. What, all he has to do is marry the Empress. Of course, chances are that would just make him the consort of the Empress instead of the Emperor, but... I don't remember if I played the second one. The one where you're playing as the... No, I did play that one. I only did it once, though, unlike the other ones. It's where you're playing as the... I'm gonna forget the proper name, so I want to say, like, the bandit chief or what have you. He's the one who is also blessed by the Outsider, but he is not... Well, no, they're both blessed by the Outsider, but he's not working towards the embetterment of the Empire, as it were, or for justice. He's just kind of working for himself, I believe. Like I said, I only did it once, and it's been a couple of years. Oh, really? They confirmed that? I mean, if I remember, that was one of the theories that Corvo was the father because he was the only person who got really close to the Empress, but... Huh. Okay, that could be slightly interesting. I mean, that would double down on why the Outsider would choose him as somebody to imbue with power, because it would just make the rest of the story that much more delicious, as it were. Huh. Interesting. But who defines... Well, not defines that, but who lets that be known then? Is it the Outsider? Because the only person who would really know would be the Empress, and she's dead. Well, the old Empress is dead. I don't know, making the Outsider not as powerful as he seems to be seems awkward, janky. Like that would lead into something, or lead into some conundrums, because don't get me wrong, I'm not viewing him as omnipotent, but he does seem to be fairly omnipresent. which is why, you know, hey, I'm gonna choose Corvo here, or I'm gonna, I guess, choose the Empress there. As I've already said, I have some issues with it. It could be interesting.
Sounds like you may have missed something in the story there, Buddha.
No, it's not who had sex with the Empress, because it's the Empress. It's who's the father. And like I said, Corvo is the only one that's known to be really close to the Empress. But just because you have, you know, your main chick, main dude, however you want to do it, you also, especially as an Empress, have a side piece. So that's where it's like, it's the Empress. It's part of the reason why the whole concept of, okay, I'm gonna make the daughter Empress, the new Empress, what do I call it? A marked being, a blessed being, or what have you. Because, oh look, the family of blah 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 is now plotting against me. Whether you have reliable intel or not is irrelevant. You can literally tell your people, go execute them. And that's the game. And besides, just to be a little more explicit, I don't think there's ever been any reference in the first game that Corvo was actually banging the Empress. It was just they were close. And that's from other people's perspective. From what I remember, it's been a couple years since I've done the original Dishonored.
I have literally nothing to add to this.
I wouldn't be surprised if it was a curse. But, actually the most interesting thing is, I didn't know there was a third game. I thought it was Dishonored 1, Dishonored, and then Dishonored 2.
It's called Death of the Outsider. Oh, balls.
Yeah, no, that's new on me. Like I said, I pretty much checked out after Dishonored 2 because just the general concept was something that didn't make sense, and they didn't do anything to persuade me of how it makes sense. So yeah, like I said, I'm prejudiced like that, I guess.
I know. Stories can take unexpected twists.
Well, it's the little things like going back to what I was saying earlier, though. Only other game I really went that hardcore into was Mass Effect. So you had to take Shepard, who becomes a full-blown Spectre with a bunch of skills, and you have to make him a peasant again. And so they kill him. They have Advanced Programming Lazarus project that to bring him back. But because he was dead and had to be revived, that explains how he loses his powers and whatnot. Now, like I said, when it comes to Dishonored, from what I understood, is that Corvo is still somebody who has the mark, and I got no problem with it being a curse. It actually makes a lot more sense if it is a curse, especially if you have the bone witch, bone mother person as a note. But how does he lose, well, at least go to level 0 in his powers? Because like I said, I could have sworn you played as both, or you could play as both the Empress and Corvo. And then from there, you work up. Because like I said, if you're the Empress, and she's, I'm assuming, weeding out corruption, you could quite literally execute those you even assume are corrupted. But then again, if you, I guess you go the high chaos path, then maybe she's not as well grounded or founded. Where if you go the low chaos path, then all of a sudden you're going to be sort of a goddess type figure. So you definitely can't go that route.
Sabat says it doesn't make sense because you haven't played it.
I'll concede that 100%. But I will ask one question. Spoiler away. Why does the outsider make the Empress, or give the Empress a curse mark? No, she wasn't a witch. Her name was Lady Bones, now I think about it. And I don't even know if she was marked, but she did follow the outsider. That's 100% cool being stupid. Well, admitting to my stupidity, I should say. More than willing to correct. Of course, there will be hell to pay if you're lying to me about Dishonored 2 being a great game and I'd purchase it.
The game can be perfectly fine and have a shit story.
That's true. Well, if the gameplay is even close to the first one, I'm gonna enjoy the shit out of it. But
Which is why I'm confused why you're so hung up on the story. It's like, if you enjoyed playing the first one, like,
well, it's the same reason why I have yet to beat Assassin's Creed Origins. I have issue with the story, even though I enjoy the gameplay. Now, I mean, the fact that they started adding levels to it was aggravating too. But I think they did that in what was the final Ezio one again? Revelations.
yeah.
Well, that's what his fucking name was. I was gonna say, because there should be from what I understood, a Corvo and an Empress story, and I thought that you can do them somewhat simultaneously. Okay.
So it's a one or the other type of thing.
And it kind of sounds like maybe you play one, then you play the other, so they're both available, but it's not a either or at the beginning. Which one of those games have become? And she is killed by Duard Jones. Thank you. Kind of sad, but I like Corvo. Oh, I know. I know I've done that before, where it's like, if you do this, never touch this.
It's like when the Berserk story ends.
Yeah, never go past after Guts leaves the Band of the Hawk. I'm glad I could participate.
You were whining about Dishonored 2, which you'd never played a lot, so I hunt that TT, you know.
Oh, I participated. That's all I care about.
It's all about the stun charm. Given some good drops, you should be able to upgrade your stun charm.
Okay, so that's actually one of the things I was curious about because, like I said, I could have sworn, like, you go to a mission, you could either play as Emily or Corvo. I forgot her name, but thank you. So I figured that, but it goes back to what I was saying. Oh, okay. I still just don't understand why they wouldn't choose a new location. I mean, the fact that the witch would, because, I mean, you, unless the witch is a separate character, it's one of those things that I actually got shafted on a couple times. Is the witch is one of those characters, like if you're doing the no kill run, that is not an exception, I believe. Like I said, it's been years. So that's where I get a bit torn. The witch becomes part of the outsider, which is kind of interesting. Like that's weird that he didn't realize that one of his disciples, as it were, can infect him. Like, you think that'd be something like a pseudo god figure would pay attention to. But like you said, he's not as powerful as you think, so okay. You've got me interested now. I kind of want to look into this personally.
How have you been? I'm counting on you.
Okay, then maybe I didn't do the duad. I mean, I know I have it. I maybe I only played a little bit and did finish it. Okay, roger that, good sir. I will.
Well, Rat's bot. Very few people can convince Buddha that he's full of shit.
I'm not full of shit. I'm just misguided. Thoroughly. No. I'm totally fine with that. The whole baseline with the witch, I'm still mildly annoyed about, but okay, that's so. You play as Emily, and Emily's the main protagonist. Corvo is a storyline that you can play, but he's really not the main protagonist. Alright. This is carrying a lot of weight. I'm going to tell you I'm a bot, good sir. So you better be right.
You better not be lying to me.
Nah, come on, Xanax. You did that one time with the whole Bobaverse thing. Like, oh yeah, no, it sounds so stupid.
Bobaverse was really good.
No, it was really good. I can see that was an amazing book series. But just the concept was like, this sounds really dumb. Yo, dude, you gotta check it out. But it sounds dumb. You gotta check it out. Okay. Better be good. And it was. It was straight up solid. Check out the Bobaverse if you've never even heard of it.
So, I need another Titsy, apparently. And I need another Odogaron.
Well, we got a Titsy optional, so oh no, we just did that one.
So the 2 DLCs are required to get the story for 2? I gotcha.
Roger that, good sir. I will take a look.
So wait. Yeah, I need to read book 1 for book 2 to make sense.
Well, you need to read book 1 plus the short stories.
It actually was just a throwback to an earlier conversation with Buddha where
Oh, yeah.
people who like start on book 3 of Harry Potter and they get a recap. It's like, why is there a recap here? Who the fuck starts on book 3? This is dumb.
I fucking hate that. Especially since, yeah, they just... Remember last time when this happened? Because we're amazing people, but we are just amazing people.
You know, even when we're not streaming, dude, you can always bullshit with us on Discord. I use Discord for work, so I should be online most of the time.
And I have Discord, so every once in a while I look at it. I'm just being honest. What can I say?
Yeah, no, you are just being honest. Alright, so we have the 2 optionals you were talking about.
But I'm not. Or hopping back real quick. I thoroughly did enjoy Dishonored.
Hang on. Bot just posted some fucking hieroglyphics I'm trying to decode.
Fist bump. Live long and prosper. Snowball or disco ball.
So small. So small.
I mean, come on, man. It's big enough. High five, thumbs up.
Jazz hands.
I was gonna say clap then jazz hands, and then spooky face.
Boom, motherfucker.
Ah, yes. Always good for the hieroglyphics.
Flawless interpretation. Alright,
So I fist bumped while telling somebody live long and prosper at a disco club, where I also mimmed somebody talking like they were smart and give them a thumbs up, going, aha, you're smarty. And then we clap hands and I jazz hand away. Perfect story.
No. So I punched this guy who was doing a Vulcan cosplay, and I took my fingers and shoved him up his ass and told him his dick was so small. I face palmed his ass, gave him a thumbs up, waved at the bartender, and then took his girlfriend home with me.
But what about the disco ball?
What disco ball?
The thing next to the live long and prosper.
No. That's when I took my fingers and shoved him up his ass.
Well, that's what the live long and prosper is, but the thing next to it is...
No. Live long and prosper is I took a Star Trek cosplayer. Like I punched a Star Trek cosplayer.
Oh, I got it. Okay.
The disco ball is where I violated him. I told him his dick was small. I face palmed his ass, gave him a thumbs up, and took his girlfriend home.
Got it.
See, you don't listen to me at all. This is why we have meetings.
Well, it's because I misunderstood. You know, you say you violate them sexually. I'm assuming that's a live long and prosper aspect. But then it seems like you jump over the disco ball, which was not part of the story, and then... So, you know, I'm slow. I mean, just talk to Blood. You know, my issue with Dishonored 2. Well, my perceived issue with Dishonored 2, I should say.
Whoa. I'm not sure what to do with this one. Okay. Alright. There once was a man who froze his balls off. Once he lost his balls, he became evil. And when he became evil, he became sick and he threw up on his nuts. And then he was delighted because they grew back. He found love with his dilapidated nuts because someone raised their hand next to a wizard. And the wizard was like, hey, I can regrow your nuts. And then he like shot his wad next to a male signal walked over and went, "Oh my God, that's my wand!"
You are way off with that. So off. Like not
Well,
even
you make a story out of that. All right, you do that one.
so off. So you have a person who is in the severe levels. Yeah, exactly. You even bought a green game.
Thank you. I'll be here all week.
Wow, this almost looks like it should be a personal story. So you have a blah individual who is invited to participate in eating something spicy. He gets a little disgusted at the idea. It's like, oh man, I don't know if I can handle this, but I don't want to look like a little bitch. And so he eats that spicy thing, in which case he starts to sweat and cry. He feels sick afterward, and he really close to throwing up, but he doesn't because he doesn't want to be clowned.
Okay.
Hold on a sec.
You're at the Green Heart. Keep going.
I know. I just. So he loved the fact that he got a high five. Go fuck yourself, bot. He got a high five from a wizard who just got done playing golf. After he just ran away from kicking a monkey. Pat Sandbot, you're just mad about Dishonored 2 being shit.
Oh, that is the best story ever.
Of all time. Fucker. I at least involved them properly.
I did too. You just didn't follow. You weren't even trying when I was doing my story.
Nah. I broke the laws of philosophy. Totally didn't break the laws of physics. I'm way too fast for that.
Like the Flash. So, I wanna obviously hunt another Odogaron, and we need another Titsy. So we can do a Titsy in the Coral Highlands.
Yeah, I would say we do a Titsy in the Coral Highlands, and then we hope for an Odogaron. It's not guaranteed, but at least it's possible. Well, highly likely, I would say.
Sorry, I just lied to your face. I don't need another Titsy.
Check the stun charm.
I did. I actually just upgraded to Stun Charm too.
Oh, well, we can do that. Well, hopefully I can do that too.
Oh no, there was a delivery I needed a photo for. That's what it was. Yeah, there was a delivery I needed.
More steam!
Okay, so I need a Titsy photo for. So I do need a Titsy, and then we can just kind of hope for an Odogaron. I can't hear you on Discord, dude.
So apparently, I'm now one of the heads from the island. I forget what that's from again.
All right, so
So I need a Titsy Claw plus one more. Okay.
yeah, so we need a Titsy. I can do
Easter Island. Sorry, keep going.
so we're doing a Titsy, and we're hoping there's gonna be an Odogaron there.
Roger, Roger.
This one is. Let's do this one.
Not this one. This one.
Alright. Gonna take a leak. Ready to go.
No, actually, this is a random for you, but. So I was talking to my sister, and they were like, "Oh yeah, no, I enjoyed the Black Widow movie," and for me, I'm just sitting there, just like, why? Well, apparently my sister did, and I'm just sitting there. It's like, you know what? For me, especially with, I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not gonna claim the Marvel movies were gold star in storytelling, but they did a pretty good job considering. And the problem is you have the Captain America movie, you have the Black Widow movie, you have the Captain Marvel movie, and to a certain extent, you have the Thor movie, and they were all introduction movies. Like, it didn't really matter what they did. I guess the Thor movie had a chance to matter outside of introducing Thor, but ultimately they were movies that didn't matter because they didn't progress the story. So they were filler movies. They were introducing, and that's it. And that's one of those, like, if you're well, if I perceive you, I should say, as a story intensive entity thing being blah blah blah, then the story is important. I love the gameplay of um Dishonored, but I also viewed it as very story heavy, so the story matters. And that's where, like I said, the issues I've already talked about earlier, where it's like, well, what about this and why this or how this, and when they're talking about it, it's like, you're playing as the Empress, but why am I playing as the Empress? We're not going to tell you. Buy the game. I have no urge to buy the game.
I mean, don't get me wrong. Them putting the Empress up as a playable character was a PR ploy. But if you enjoy the gameplay of Dishonored 1, I feel like you should enjoy the gameplay of Dishonored 2. I mean, I think about like Salt and Sanctuary, where there is no story.
Well, there's a story, just doesn't fucking matter.
Yeah, the story can be summarized in like a paragraph.
I don't know. Like I said, for me, I think I view it are similar to what I said about Assassin's Creed. The story may not have been spectacular, but it was part of what drawn me to the series. And then as soon as Desmond is gone, I started having issues. Did I enjoy Black Flags? Yes, I did. I thoroughly enjoyed Black Flags.
Whoa. I think I just heard a Freudian slip there. Black what?
Flags?
Ah, flags.
Yeah. I don't know what you had in your own mind, but I totally... Oh, I guess I could see how that could be misheard. That's
I have a recording. I'll prove it to you tomorrow.
will do. Psyonix has something else on his mind. But yeah, no, the modern day story of Black Flags was, eh? And actually, hell, the story in the past was also shit too. But the gameplay was fun. And
And
actually,
that's just it. Is Black Flag's story was garbage.
yeah, but the gameplay was fun.
Yeah.
And that's where I'm viewing Dishonored 2 is like, okay, this, and I would argue Dishonored is more story based than Assassin's Creed is, but yeah, no, I don't know, just general concept was just like, this sounds dumb. I don't want to touch it. And if I'm wrong, I'm totally fine with being wrong. It just, they also didn't do anything to dissuade me from being wrong. They were just, oh, you get to play as the Empress now. What? Why would I play as the Empress? Oh, it's more fun than one. You are really... so apparently you've missed some of the Psyonix inappropriate conversations. I am big on the whole vengeance aspect. I am very big on the whole vengeance aspect. So, I mean, Dishonor 1 spoke to my soul in a lot of ways. I let's say it's a garbage game. I'm fine with that. It spoke to me though. So, saying Dishonored 2 is better story-wise is
It's more fun. Not.
that's a higher bar. Well, that could be interesting. Domino power.
I'm just trying to figure out how this applies to my pizza ordering.
You order one pizza, or you order 3 pizza, but the first pizza dictates the other 2.
It's kind of like Domino's coupons. Are you done with this coupon, or would you like to reuse this coupon for another pizza?
Dishonored. See, that leads to another story issue, though. What does the Empress have to get revenge about when Corvo, in a sense, justified all of it? I know it's not a word, but it came to mind. Because all of those who were there for the overthrowing of the Empress, the killing of the Empress / overthrowing. Yeah, but Corvo did all that. Well, Corvo took care of all that, I should say. He killed those who were in charge. He killed those who were trying to help him. He literally fucked everybody up. So there's now a tertiary group that's hated the Empress but wasn't taken care of by Corvo because they weren't the big players. I live in my ass, dude. What can I say? I don't know. You're making less sense as this is going on, man.
No, I agree with Bot on this one. I think your head is firmly up your ass here. You
Which
know
is-
nothing about the story of Dishonored 2, and you are literally talking out your ass.
So, Corvo kills everyone who was a part of the assassination of the Empress and kills everyone who was trying to control the new Empress. What's the new revenge story? Oh, it's been like 20 years and a bunch of people did bad stuff to the Empress. Of course people did bad stuff to the Empress. That is a given. people always try to attack those who are above them. Well, not always, but are likely to attack those who are above them. Okay, but at the same time, I go back to she was the Empress. This person wronged me. Send the legions. Kill him. Don't get me wrong. You've already convinced me to look into it. I admit that wholeheartedly. Apparently, I don't know what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
I need to shut up.
Buddha is obstinate in his ignorance. He really is.
I'm stalwart in my perspective. Don't you know the sun is orange? Sure, why not? The sun is orange. Why should I, not be stalwart in my own perspective about this? I mean, Xiox is colorblind. He can tell you the difference between red and blue so well. It's red and blue, right?
Red, green.
Red, green. He can tell you the difference in red, green so well. Oh, and don't ask him about the difference between Dane Cook and
Ryan Reynolds.
Ryan Reynolds.
They look very similar to me.
But that's just me. I'm just silly.
No, I agree with Bot here. I think you're being intentionally obtuse. Like, I feel like...
I'm perfectly fine with being wrong. We're talking, well, right now because I'm ignorant of the story, which apparently explains it all, in the general concepts. And I'm still believing that they should have done something to explain why we're following the Empress instead of, hey, and now you play as the Empress who now has the mark from the outsider. That sounds silly.
According
Yep,
to Bot,
maybe
they do explain that.
And I guess they do. But they don't do that in the advertising aspect. They do that in the story aspect. But how do you not use that as part of the Empress becomes marked by the outsider because of unknown forces or something? I don't know how to explain it, but if they're gonna have that as part of the story, you need to explain why the Empress is now the assassin, as it were, and Corvo is no longer the force behind the Empress.
They don't need to explain shit. You're supposed to play Game 1 and Game 1's 2 DLCs, and you're supposed to buy Game 2 to figure out why. They don't need to tell you shit. The gameplay is fun. You're supposed to buy the game and absorb the content.
I guess I was too story oriented. What can I say? And once the story started sounding dumb, I was just like, I'll pass. And if Bod is right and I was wrong, I will eat that, and that's just what it will be. But you can play as the Empress. Who cares? Why does that matter? It sounds like something they did because Anita Sarkeesian pissed people off.
Well, the same thing happened when I was trying to convince Buddha to read Speaker for the Dead. Like, literally, the exact same conversation has happened.
And I've never read Speaker for the Dead.
And you're a fucking retard for not.
Oh, I'm sorry. And every book after Speaker of the Dead was perfectly awesome. Oh, no, Speaker of the Dead is the
Speaker
last
for the Dead is great.
Speaker of the Dead is the last book I should read because everything else is a steaming pile of shit.
Yeah. But Speaker for the Dead is good. The only reason you won't read Speaker for the Dead is because you think it's dumb that Ender became a priest.
Ender went from Genghis Khan to the Pope. That doesn't make sense, and I don't care. Oh, it's a great story. It doesn't really sound like a great story, and every story after that, you're sitting there going like, "Oh my god, this is horrible."
Yeah,
but
every story after Speaker for the Dead is come. I'm not going to deny that, but Speaker for the Dead is a good story.
If you say so.
Yeah, like I said, but I've had this exact same conversation with Buddha multiple times. He's as stubborn as they come. He really is.
I am me, and I stand by it. I am me. Like I said, for me, yet again, Speaker of the Dead, perfect middle zone for me. So, you have Genghis Khan, and then all of a sudden he becomes a missionary. Why do I care about Genghis Khan being a missionary? Because I guess it teaches about tolerance or something like that. Because that was the big thing that I heard after they, they're gonna turn Ender Game into a movie, which was a shit movie. Oh my god, it was so horrible.
And I'm not gonna disagree with that. The movie was comedy.
And they have that, and people are complaining. Oh, he's not cool with the gays. I mean, I don't care. My brother was saying, you know, the Speaker for the Dead was all about acceptance and tolerance, which I also agree with. But still, it's you have this guy who is kid, I should say, who is essentially the general of all generals, who decides, I'm gonna go away, become a governor or a mayor, and then after that I'm gonna become a preacher, a missionary. Oh, and by the way, here's a bunch of random alien type people or things.
Bot, you are 100% correct.
How do I know factually? I don't.
He doesn't. He hates the concept. The concept offends him.
Yes.
And so he assumes the story is bad.
Well, not bad. Just, I'm not interested.
No, you assume it's bad.
I do assume it's bad, but I also completely disinterested. Dude, I'm me. With all my foibles and flaws, I am me, and this is part of it. Guess what?
And for whatever bullshit reason that goes inside that head of yours, you have decided that a very, very good story has become invalid because it includes a character changing.
I got no problem with the characters changing.
Really? You want me to clip that?
Flip it all to hell, man. I'm fine with that.
You were literally just said you were upset about Genghis Khan becoming fucking Gandhi.
I don't care about the story where Genghis Khan becomes a priest. That's not saying that change is wrong. I'm just saying I'm watching Genghis Khan because he's Genghis Khan and being a general. I don't care about Genghis Khan going, you need to respect the rivers and the water. I don't care about the story where Genghis Khan becomes Pocahontas. So if you want to read the story about Pocahontas, congratulations. That is a story for you. It's not a story for me. And I don't care. I'm not gonna lie, I have refused to eat certain things because of how they look too. I am that small-minded.
I hope Titsy kills you. I really do.
Apparently I'm sexy. No, it's the same thing. Actually, to go a little off key on this one, I think back to the Dune series. After God Emperor, the story just sounds dumb. Oh, there's this girl who knows how to dance with the worms. Okay, I'm glad I stopped at God Emperor.
Well, but to be fair, I also told you the story was dumb.
But
Because I read the goddamn story.
I know you did. But that's what I'm trying to say is, for me, my issue with this story
He's ready
was...
to be caught. Yeah, so with God Emperor, when I told you about that particular episode in God Emperor, I said, this happens. It's dumb.
I did God Emperor. It's the one after that. The big issue I ran into was that prior to God Emperor, you're following, you know, Muad'Dib or what have you, and then God Emperor is 1,000 years in the future, and then the book after God Emperor was another 1,000 years in the future. Which for me, when you have the time distinction like that, I just don't care. It's like, oh, but we're gonna follow the son of the hero or some shit like that. That's not something that intrigues me. That's stupid. It's contrived. It's the same reason why I had an issue with the TV show 24, where it's like, really, you have one guy who literally has like 7 hyperly horrible days. How stupid is that?
So you both have a problem with one person have an excessive number of adventures, and the adventures spread over multiple generations. Like, both of these offend you.
So, let's separate this real quick. So, if you're doing the whole Dune series,
Yes.
part of the story is the whole character aspect. So you're following Paul Muad'Dib, then you're following his children. Okay, fine. He is the son of the guy who's now in charge of Arrakis, I believe.
Yeah, Arrakis.
So he's now in charge, or he's in charge of Arrakis. Okay, fine. And then somehow his aunt becomes, well, spoiler. His aunt becomes, in a sense, infected by the Hakarin something line, because that was actually like her father or grandfather or something like that. That's kind of interesting. But then you take the son of Paul Muad'Dib, and then he becomes the God Emperor, and then 1,000 years pass. Okay, so I still have a connection to the initial story, and then at the end of the story, yet again, spoiler, God Emperor dies, and now there's another 1,000-year spread. I have no connection to anything in this story at all. And then from what you did, because you actually went through it, oh, there's a girl who dances with worms. Okay.
You didn't know about the girl who dances with worms until I told you about her. You told the story to fuck off before you learned about the girl who dances with worms.
Oh, I'm sorry, and I was wrong.
No, I'm not saying you were wrong. I'm
Ding
saying
dong.
you told the story to fuck off before you learned about that.
Yes, because I'm not connected to anything in this story anymore. And as soon as there's
But that's
this one
just
story.
So just because you were right about Dune doesn't mean you're right about Dishonored. Just
And I
because you're
agree with
right
that.
about Dune doesn't mean you're right about Speaker for the Dead. You are
And
taking good stories and you're writing them off because you don't like them where they're
And I'm
going.
fine with that. I'm fine with that. Because like I said, if I'm reading the story about Genghis Khan, I prefer to read the story about Genghis Khan. Genghis Khan decides to tell you about respecting the rivers and whatnot, I might as well read a story about Pocahontas. Now, if I want to read a story about Pocahontas, I will enjoy the story about Pocahontas. But if that's not the story that I'm looking for, why should I care? Oh, because it's still Genghis Khan. It's okay. Fine. And on top of that, when I hear people like you and others going, "Oh wow, the Ender Game series becomes really horrible for book 2." So it goes from amazing book 1 to good to amazing book 2 to absolutely horseshit for all the other books. But that too, you really need to look into that book number 2.
You should. Book 2 is better than book 1.
Oh, it's better than book 1.
I told you book 2 was better than book 1.
Okay, I forgot that then. Apparently I'm repressing that.
Speaker for the Dead is a great book. I will not advocate going beyond Speaker for the Dead. But Speaker for the Dead is a great book. It does take Genghis Khan and turn him into a preacher. You're not wrong there.
I'm gonna go extreme on you, but Listen to me. How do I know if it's bad without experiencing it? Shoot heroin. How do you know it's bad? Shoot meth. How do you know it's bad? I mean, that's a flaccid argument.
That's a false dichotomy, is what that is.
How do you know if it's bad if you are bad without experiencing it? He's talking about experiencing something before deciding something is bad.
But the thing is a bad story doesn't kill you like bad heroin does.
Well, heroin, whether it's bad or not, is bad. I'm comparing meth to Dishonored. Okay.
I'm not even saying heroin is bad.
No,
Bad
that's what he
heroin
was
kills
saying.
you.
Comparing meth to Dishonored. I'm not comparing meth to Dishonored. If you argue experience it first, that opens up an umbrella. That's the problem. You have to be specific. Is Dishonored possibly good, or Dishonored 2 possibly good or great? Sure, fine. Why not? Like I said, part of my issue was the whole they didn't, well, at least for somebody like me, they didn't market it as in a way that was like, I want to play that. They marketed it in a certain way. I was like, I don't care. And then on top of that, I saw many reviews going, it's horribly ported to computer. It's horribly ported. It's horribly ported. So it's not only a story that doesn't sound too good, it's also a game that is ported badly. Apparently I'm not understanding that response. So what I have got is I don't want to make my own opinions and will base it on others' opinions and will think about bad parts of the story.
Your opinion on stories you haven't heard is based on the opinions of those who have told you about them. Basically, what Bod is saying is, regardless of what people tell you about a story, you should read the story or listen to the story yourself or play the story and make your own decision. The fact is, you enjoyed Dishonored.
Yes.
Regardless of what the story is, you should have played Dishonored 2. Just because you like playing Dishonored. The story is meaningless.
And to me, the story was more important, I would argue. Like I said, the only thing I could point to as an equivalence is Assassin's Creed Origin. I've played it like 4 times now. I've never beaten it. I've gotten like halfway through at best and just stopped. I just didn't fucking care. Now, what was that based on? I can't quantify that. I just didn't care. And it's the same thing with, I enjoyed Black Flags. I beat once, which was disgusting too, was the Assassin's Creed, the one in France, I forget what it's called. And I played Assassin's Creed Rogue, which was, in a sense, Black Flag Light, I guess is the best way to put it.
Yeah.
I didn't like that game either. I've played other games in the periphery of a game I enjoyed. And they were not good games, even though they had damn near the exact same gameplay. If I'm wrong, fine, but that's my perspective. Have I been wrong about books? Yes, because I still can point to Bobiverse about, you know what? It sounded dumb, but goddamn, that turned out to be a great book series, and I recommend.
And like Bod just pointed out, you played Assassin's Creed and you made your own opinion about it. All Bod's saying is make your own opinion about Dishonored 2. And in order to do that, you have to play it.
Like I said, he's already convinced me. He's done enough work that I now have an urge to play Dishonored 2. I'm not disparaging that. I'm skeptical, but I am intrigued. But at the same time, it's like, oh well, you didn't want to go past, you know, the God Emperor in Dune. something else, but I'm brain farting.
But the point is still valid. You made your decision not to go past God Emperor because I told you what was after God Emperor was come. I didn't enjoy
Wrong.
it, but I actually went all the way through to the end of the book series.
You did, but I decided not to because, like I said, for me, the time dilation aspect is what got me. It was the fact that I was sitting there and it's like 1,000 years in the future. Okay, I still have a connection. Another 1,000 years in the future. And the fact that apparently now conquering the Benny Jesuit voice ability became a, but that's more based on you, just in general concept. Story for me, continuity is a big issue or a big thing. So that's where I was saying, you know, take Final Fantasy. You have a story, and then you have another story. But Final Fantasy 2 has nothing to do with Final Fantasy 1. Dishonored 1 should have nothing to do with Dishonored 2. And if they did that way, I wouldn't have blinked an eye. I would have straight up just gotten it. But oh no, all of a sudden the Empress all of a sudden has the outsider abilities. You're gonna have to do so many hurdles for that to fucking make sense. That I'm more likely to just sit here and go, you're gonna fuck it up. It's the same thing with like after episode 7 with Star Wars, they fucked it up. I knew they were gonna fuck up 8 and 9. I mean, I still watched them because you paid for it. Well, your company paid for it. But yeah, no. Those are some fucked up movies. They were not good. But I watched them because I didn't have to invest money. I invested like 2 hours. They were just bad movies. Well, actually, technically, my brother paid for me to watch episode 9. I live in circles, bot. It's one of those problems, and this is part of the reason why I really love Psyonix is like, you know, everything I've said thus far seems hyperly logical to me, and he's willing to speak to me like a kindergartner to be like, no, you're wrong. And don't it takes a lot of iterations before he can convince me I'm wrong. Sometimes I concede because he actually makes a point. Other times I concede because I actually do the thing he's talking about. Oh yeah, this is good for you. And then there's a more time where it's like you really just are full. But that comes down to differences in taste. Even though he presents it horribly because he wants to just get banned by Twitch. One of the things that I enjoy is revenge type movies. So Law Abiding Citizen, even though the last 40 minutes is garbage, Man on Fire, things like these are and Taken also. These are movies I enjoy. I'm gonna tell you, there are great movies. You can love them, you can hate them, you can think they're the deepest trough of garbage. That's fine. I enjoy them. If you don't enjoy them, that doesn't diminish my enjoyment. That doesn't make those movies worse. I enjoy them for one reason, I hate them for another reason. That's where I'm at. So this is where like you and Psyonix getting kind of offended, where it's like, well, you never read Speaker for the Dead. Okay. And this leads to an emotional response. Why?
I agree with Bot here.
I agree with Bot too. I mean, okay, I got one more thing to throw out there on this particular vein. So, Daniel Green, he's a guy I watch. I don't really agree with him. He well, at least did a bunch of book reviews. And he was talking about people who love and people who hate and people in the middle, Wheel of Time. And some people are like, oh, you just had to get to like book 3 before it becomes good. If you're willing to muscle through, don't get me wrong, I actually enjoyed it like book 2. But if you're willing to muscle through to like book 3 and book 4 before a book becomes or a book series becomes good, amazing. Props to you, thumbs up. I'm not gonna say anything. If you decide to call it after book 1 because book 1 was like, oh, no, there's no shame on that.
Case in
So-
point, Stephen King's Dark Tower.
And
If you called it on book 1, I wouldn't have blamed anyone because book 1 is garbage. Complete and utter fucking garbage. But he wrote it 30 years ago and he didn't know what he was fucking doing. And book 2 is going pretty good so far. But book 1 was cum. Straight
So-
up.
That's ultimately where I sit. I'm not letting people. If somebody says, "Hey man, you should check out this book. It's good." Sometimes I'm slow. Sometimes I'm quick. Sometimes I agree. A lot of times I don't. I'm fine with that. If you view me as a Friday or if you view me as a super genius, that's on you, man.
Sorry,
Sonic's
we're
is
not
totally
allowed to say
stroking
that
off
word
on your
on
own
Twitch,
perspective.
bot. But I appreciate your bravery.
I mean, the simple fact for me is everything you've said has, well, one thing you changed. I am interested now in Dishonored 2. I am interested. Outside of that, everything else has been, in a sense, noise.
He's been pretty stubborn tonight. You're not wrong, bot. He has been pretty stubborn tonight.
I'm the same stubbornness I always am, so that's.
No, you've been exceptionally stubborn tonight. I don't know why, but you have been.
This is part of the reason why I'm friends with Onyx. I mean, I agree with him most times, and okay. Apparently, I've been stubborn. Maybe I guess I'll have to listen to tonight's stream. But yeah, no, for me, I've just been saying my perspective. I don't think I've been that stubborn. But okay. But it's the same thing where it's like, Onyx keeps telling me when I'm doing certain conversations, he's like, "You're going extreme with that." It's like, how am I going extreme? You believe this should be allowed. If this should be allowed, then technically, under this logic, this should be allowed. No, that's going extreme. I don't think it's extreme, but apparently it's extreme. Okay, whatever. I'm a weirdo.
I don't think you've been extreme in your point of view tonight.
No, I'm just using that as an example. Like you're saying I'm being stubborn.
No, yeah.
I'm being too stubborn. I don't think I'm being that stunker. I'm more stubborn when I'm hungry, actually.
I think you might be hungry.
You feed me, I will be acceptable for a lot of things. So, hey, Sonics, he wants you to order me a lot of pizza. Like, stat. Actually, wow, this might be too extreme. Remember what I told you about, an idea I had for abortion, like, today?
I'm drawing a blank. I'm sorry. Oh, yeah, that was fucked up.
I'm assuming you don't want me to say that on stream.
No, that's not like super appropriate.
Well, but that's where I'm saying that's
You can
like
share it on Discord. You can put it on Discord.
Oh yeah, I'll put it on Discord then.
This is gonna be super confusing to everyone who's not in chat right now.
I agree with you, bot. Yeah, and that's the other thing is I actually love debating. Prove me wrong. If I'm too stubborn, fine, but I still enjoy
Yeah.
the back and forth.
Oh yeah. No. 100%. Disagree, contradict, call us dumb, do it. Yeah. That's great. We appreciate the hell out of that, dude. We love the discussion. We love the argument. I mean, we argue with each other all the goddamn time.
I was gonna say this is still a pretty tame discussion.
Yeah,
actually.
this is actually pretty tame. But yeah, by all means, call either of us a fucking retard. 100%. It's all good, dude.
Is bot in I don't see bot in Discord. Oh, there it is. Yes, you are an it. He's not in Discord, but message.
All right, I need myself another goddamn Odogaron.
Well, there's nowhere to. Well, there should be another mission in the Vale, Rotten Vale Inn.
There are missions in the Rotten Vale, but there's not missions for an Odogaron specifically.
No, it's gonna be a tangential thing.
More steam!
I have a 7-star Odogaron hunt, but I'm not high enough level to actually do that hunt. So what I need is an optional in the Rotten Vale.
Okay, I'm gonna say this now. I'm sending you a message in Discord, Amabot. If this leads to an unfollow, you know, that be what it may.
I don't think this is gonna. We've always been honest with each other here.
But I'm. This is what I have presented. So, and if it offends you, I mean, it's my perspective, but that is what that is. Thank you for watching. Thank you for following. Hope you continue. If you don't, reality, you know, if you can't stand the heat, get out of the kitchen type thing. And that's actually a perfect example also of when I was saying, you know, either me and you are kindred spirits, or I'm about to disprove you wrong. That's literally the two options right now.
Alright, what the fuck is going on? Yo, it was a direct message. I don't even get to see what he sent to you. Alright,
You want to come to my side and see what I sent?
no, this is between you and Bot. This is 100% between you and Bot. I respect your privacy, and if you want to abort this baby, you abort the shit out of it. But I posted a quest. It's hunting Rabadon in the Rotten Vale, but I'm hoping to get an Odogaron.
Okay. No, I'm one of those people, and I think I'm a rare breed at this point, where it's like, you know what? I'm actually 100% cool with being wrong. Some things are emotional, some things are logical, some things are perspective. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. If I'm not wrong, I'm not like saying, well, unless it's with Psionics, I'll dance when I'm right type thing. But but yeah, no, outside of that, like the amount of time, like Psionics, he's not gonna admit to it. He was a socialist when I first met him. And now he actually kind of understands how the free market works. So, yeah. You said we're going to the Rotten Vale, right?
We are going to the Rotten Vale, yes.
And we're taking on Rabadon.
Rabadon for sure, and hopefully an Odogaron.
I don't seem like somebody who admits I'm wrong. Dude, don't get me wrong. It comes down to, oh, I like cheese. Cheese is horrible. Oh my god, cheese is horrible now. So did you prove me wrong when I just concede? I defend my perspective vehemently, if you haven't picked that up, apparently.
You've been a bit obstinate tonight.
Still don't think I've been obstinate. That's where I'm really confused. But then again, I think I've said that a couple dozen times with you already. Well, not tonight, but just in general. But yeah, no, I don't think I've been that far out. Oh, dude, do not question my bouncy ball. My bouncy ball goes all over the goddamn universe.
Oh, we're gonna go beyond abortions. 100%.
You stay here long enough, you say enough trigger words, I'm gonna be talking about Egypt. Ancient Egypt. I'm gonna talk about ancient China.
Ask Buddha how he feels about Isekai.
I like Iseki.
Iseki?
She can't
Is it
pronounce
Iseki instead
properly.
of Isekai?
He cannot pronounce it properly. Goddamn. Got you.
I'm Gojira. Yeah.
No, and that's where I actually get a little annoyed or with like Zion or you and Zionics. Is it? You okay? My bad.
Why did you withdraw?
I didn't mean to. I just clicked rapidly. Apparently.
Buttons are hard.
Well, buttons are frequently pressed, apparently. But yeah, no, that's where I run into the big issues. Like, oh, you're being stubborn. I'm maintaining my position. Like, I don't know where the point is where it's like, okay, you're being overly stubborn. And that's one of those things with Psionics, is when I actually start pointing out he's being stubborn, it's like twice the amount of time we've had already. And he's like, no, you're just being dim. Okay.
Obtuse.
You seem like you're being stubborn.
Obtuse, not dim. Obtuse.
Come to where I'm at. There is a armor sphere mining spot.
I don't know where the fuck you are.
It's near Area 1, where I told you to go for the fossil aspect. Stubborn people don't self-reflect. Hey, Alex, I'm not stubborn. Bot said so.
I'm not seeing you on the map. That's 5, not 1.
I said... Apparently, I'm being stubborn.
No, you said go to 1. You said go to 1, not 5.
I said it was near the area of 1. You go to that one, and then the fossil area, you want to go to there. That's what I was trying to say.
Gotcha.
But, as Bot says, stubborn people don't self-reflect. Guess what? Self-reflect way too much. Not that you'll know that, I guess, but... I don't know, Zox, are you going to tell me I don't self-reflect?
No, you self-reflect a lot. You just ignore it.
Thank God I have a stubborn person telling me I'm wrong. Remember, he used to be a socialist. Young Turks ain't got shit on Psionics.
You know, just because I used to believe that the government made the roads happen doesn't mean I was a lost cause.
But apparently I am. So you need to go up here. Right here. Oh,
No, I got it. I got it. I got it.
oh,
I got it.
okay. I'm
We're
sorry.
good.
I was picking up the other shit. So no, it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, I'm wrong all the time. You don't sound like you are. Well, you don't sound like you believe you are. And 2 plus 2 equals 4. But 2.5 plus 2.4 can equal, well, no, 2.4 plus 2.4 can equal 5. Okay. Yes and no. Okay, I can agree with that, Bot. I am totally guilty with that. Is, you know, Xiox tell me, Xiox tells me I'm being stubborn. I don't think I am. Of course, it's also up there with I don't think I'm being aggressive at times. So Xiox will, and other people have told me, hey, dude, you need to stop now. And it's like, I thought I was having a conversation. I am horribly flawed. I guess I need to say that right now.
No, there's nothing wrong with that. It's just accepting when shit goes
Sideways in the most
sideways.
colossal
Yeah.
way. No, well, it's one of those things because I know I've done well. Yet again, I just have to point to Xionyx, where I've had an argument, and I've been defending my perspective, and then all of a sudden he'll say like one point or one perspective or something, and then all of a sudden I'll be like, but you fuck, I'm completely wrong. And Xionyx, if he's not gonna be a dick, will agree with that.
I mean, yeah, both of us we've done it to each other, honestly.
Well, the problem with well, my metaphors. The biggest problem I can think of when I come with my metaphors is yet again, Xanax was telling me is I go too extreme. Like I hear A plus B equals C, I can't think of anything right now. But yeah, no, it's one of those, and I guess actually technically it's a fallacy where it's I don't think it's the fallacy of the extreme. I forget what it's called. Like, one of the ones that comes to mind is Pokemon. Oh, Pokemon teaches children how to summon demons. Apparently, I've been guilty of something like that, but I've never said that type thing.
I mean, there's an assumption that comes in sometimes from previous arguments, I think.
Well, and that's just is, especially because I don't know, Xanax, like 2010, 2011? Because it was after my second deployment, which I think ended in 2009. I'd have to look it up again. But yeah, no, we've had so many arguments. Well, discussions, debates. I call them debates personally, but
Yeah.
apparently some people get sensitive, in which case it becomes an argument. And that's part of the reason why B and Xionyx have continued to be friends is actually he got sensitive about it once, and I got sensitive about it once. It was the same argument.
Yeah, no, I mean, it doesn't matter how good you are. You can get underneath someone's skin. Uh, it is what it is. Like,
Well,
you
for
don't.
me, it's just the fact that it's never personal. That's the big thing is so many people when you're making an argument, a discussion, a debate, it becomes personal. It's like, no, it's not personal. I'm talking about how I don't like tacos. Tacos are disgusting. I'd rather have nachos. Nachos are amazing as shit. But tacos suck.
You fucking racist.
Yeah. And that's the problem.
You're right, Bot. We actually mesh really, really well.
And of course we are. That's why we're friends. And
Not even just friends.
brother from another mother.
Yeah, we're closer than most people get.
Actually, if you want to go a bit more sideways on this, I told Zonix this back in like, yet again, 2011 or some shit. When I was, I don't know, 10, 11 years old, I was like, you know what? I want somebody like me who's different from me, who I can argue with without getting in trouble. Like, I want to argue about anything and everything. Yet, apparently, I'm the guy who got his wish come true. I found fucking Psionics. I can literally argue about the best, the worst, the everything. All's
The-
good.
The only problem with that wish that Buddha made was that we're both dudes.
Yeah, seriously, if he was a chick, I would be so fucking happy. But he's not, so be careful what you wish for, children. Sadness prevails.
No, you're good, Bot. The fact is when you're best friends with somebody, like really best friends with somebody, your close family confuses you for being gay.
Actually, I had Onyx come over one time. Just, you know, hey, it's a Sunday dinner type bullshit. My family is religious, just
Yeah.
and I think he made a joke, and my parents looked at me and was like, "You've hung out with him too much." Or no, he looked, and it's like, no, that's all him. He did it on his own. I had nothing to do with this. But they were convinced. Apparently, he took my humor, I guess. He hadn't found that on his own. I was just around.
Well, here's the funny thing is, both of our parents have asked us separately, "Are you gay?"
Did your mom actually ask you
Oh
finally?
yeah, no, she's straight at it. Are you gay? Like, no.
See, my mom asked me about a week ago. I was like, yeah, I'm moving back down with Zonix. And she's like, so, are you gay? No. But you see them get so close to asking that question where it's like, so do you, you know, up the butt?
No, we're both straight, dude.
We are both straight, sadly. Dude, if we were both gay, this would be the happiest relationship you've ever seen. Sadly enough, we're both straight, so it's kind of depressing.
Alright, Odogaron's gone. We're just kind of fucked right now.
Oh,
Yeah.
fuck. I guess I spent too much time digging up. I'm sorry.
He fucked off pretty fucking fast.
Yeah, but it's one of those, if he's here, we should have targeted him like you did last time.
I don't even remember what the fuck we're doing here. Rabadon, I think? Yeah, Rabadon. Yeah.
Rip is right.
Yeah. No, I mean, obviously, you know, we have no problem with being gay or anything like that. It's just...
Yeah, to each of their own. And that's where well, at least me, I don't know exactly where Zyonx lands, but it's like, you know, I've been pretty hardcore on the libertarian end, but slightly on the right leaning end. I believe in personal responsibility, everything personal actually, where it's like, you do you. You do you is the most important factor. Beyond that, don't fucking care. And that's where like hardcore libertarianism kicks in, where it's like, hey, I want to do meth. enjoy.
Yeah.
I mean, it'll fuck your life up, but you know, enjoy. Well, it has a high likelihood of fucking your life up, I should say. But
Yeah,
enjoy.
generally speaking, I mean, anything that's hardcore meth, heroin, coke, like all of it has like I don't care if someone does it, but it's like all of it has a real high likelihood of fucking ruining your life. It's
Actually, there was one guy I was listening to. He was talking about how he's like the head of the drug aspect or something like that of the CDC. He's like, you know what? There's like, what was it? Something like 20% of users are actually like weekend users. So they'll like shoot up with heroin on the weekend, and they enjoy. But that's all they do. And it's like, dude, if you could do that, fucking props.
yeah, and there's nothing wrong with that. People who can do that, who have the control over that, who can just say, "I am a weekend warrior," you know, like
Yeah, no, that's solid, and I don't think those people should be restricted. And that's why those things are, you know, you take meth, you take heroin on the weekends, and you can control it. Awesome, fucking thumbs up, enjoy. Yeah.
you can't relax with meth. I've done meth. There's no relaxing.
Well, you know, you
involved
play
there.
Tetris or something like that. I'm just saying in general, you do
No,
it
no,
as a
no, no,
weekend thing.
I was responding to Bot. He said
Oh.
people say you can relax with meth. No, you can't.
Oh, yeah, I know. You don't relax. You're very
yeah.
tense. But
Yeah,
if you enjoy what you're focusing on, kick ass.
yes, Bot. I have done meth.
He was, spoiler, an addict. I didn't help him out of that just as a
No,
random.
no. I had broken the habit before I met Buddha.
Actually, footnote, I was born and raised Mormon too, so I mean, we are a very interesting friendship.
Yeah, no, I broke the habit and went back to school. And, got
And
a
now he's
degree.
making like or near $100,000 a year, so
No, I've
Look at-
broken 100,000 a year now.
my apologies. I was downgrading the bitch Xanax.
Well, I mean, just to say that, you know, it doesn't matter what's happened in your life. You can fix your shit. You know, I don't want to be like a self-help guy, but
See,
no.
sorry,
like,
I'm gonna interrupt Xanax right now. Not to degrade, but for me, it comes down to one of my favorite quotes. The difference between fiction and reality, and it's vast. I guess that's the only thing I really say at
No,
this
no.
point is,
fiction has to make sense.
yeah, and that's one of those things is, you know, are there people who've gotten addicted to drugs and never got out? Obviously. Are there people who've gotten addicted to drugs and became hyperly successful? Yes. It's probably a more understood story, as it were, instead of an unknown story. I mean, still, don't do drugs. Drugs are bad. But addiction doesn't lead to the downfall of the individual either.
Well, but that's the thing is, that is one thing I would say to anybody who's had a problem with addiction is, you can fix your shit. You really can.
Don't worry, it's gonna be in Coca-Cola in like the next 5 months. Elon Musk will do it.
Yeah, no, it's one of those things where I don't want to encourage anyone to do it. I don't want to say it's okay. I feel like it's obviously set me back, but at the same time, I've been addicted to some shit, man. And you can come back from it, and you can be successful. Like, it's doable, you know? You can come back from addiction and not be a useless fucking douchebag.
And like I said, he was a former meth addict. I was a former hardcore Mormon.
Both of them are kind of like drugs.
Seriously. But yeah, no,
It is hard. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, no, I mean, to be fair, I haven't done it, but I can only imagine how hard it's like. I was addicted to meth. I shouldn't do it anymore. I mean, I kind of think of it the same way that every once in a while I'll smell something. It's like, wow, that reminds me of a teacher or something. Like, you're gonna have something happen that's gonna remind you of something like meth. And from how it sounds, that is not something you're just like, oh, meth, you know, whatever. Sideways, you know. I enjoy cigarettes too.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's gonna be straight out Sonic Zone. If whatever he tells you, I have generalized assumption, and that's the best that I said at.
No, 100%. There are it's the smells, honestly. Every once in a while, you will. Oh yeah, no, I still get the urge. The urge never goes away.
Yeah, that's it. Wow. So you've never had an addiction then? Yeah, no. When it comes down to addiction,
the urge doesn't ever go away. They become more rare. They become more uncommon.
but there are things that just like trigger the shit out of it. Where it's like so for me, I enjoyed. Well, we both did, but I enjoyed cigarettes. And there are times where I'm just walking, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, I want a cigarette. But it's been like 10 years since I've had a cigarette, and it's just, it's fucking there. You do it, you get addicted, there is no zero. Well, there is zero, but there's never a, oh yeah, you know, I smell smoke and I'm done. You smell it, because that's like what Zonix was saying. You sit there, you do something, and then all of a sudden you smell, in a sense, what is somebody who uses meth or something that's like tangential or to the side. You're gonna be like, oh, that was such an amazing time. And that's the problem. So don't drink, don't do drugs. They're amazing, but they're bad. Gummy! Adult messaging.
Yeah, now I'm not gonna tell anyone. I'm not a person who's gonna tell anyone how to live their life. I would recommend not trying meth.
Well, honestly, I think the most accurate thing comes down to like sex. Male or female, doesn't matter. Well, females, maybe the first time ain't that good, or it depends on the person who, you know, did the first deed, as it were. But the fact comes down to, when you experience awesome, you're always chasing the awesome.
Yeah.
And the first awesome is the best awesome. Every other awesome will never even compare. And I'm guilty of that too. I'm not gonna lie. First time I learned how to spank it, I was like 16 or some shit like that. And that first time, oh, no other time ever achieved.
Yeah, no, it's not even about being a Christian. It's honestly people who never try TMI.
Come on, man. We're talking about books and shit. Don't be jelly.
Yeah, fucking wrecked by this Ramadan. Cause you're wandering around not playing the goddamn game.
Short-sighted motherfuckers.
But yeah, no, it's that is the one thing I would like to essentially pass on to anyone who's been addicted. Is like, you can fix your shit and you can become successful. I mean, I'm not a fucking millionaire or anything like that. Buddha likes to say I'm rich. I'm not rich, but
He's fucking rich. He can pound sand. You want to hear something depressing? Xanax, a former meth addict, is a programmer who's making a fair amount of money. I, as a Mormon who joined the military, no longer Mormon, I'm pretty much the equivalent of the guy who's working at McDonald's. That is actually, I love Xanax. I'm not talking shit about this, but that's fucking depressing. But that's reality, and reality is stranger than fiction. And oh, there's a Beetlejuice here.
yeah, there is 100% of Beetlejuice here.
But yeah, and that's one of those big things where I can't say shit about. Is Xanax right now is financially teabagging my ass, where it's just like, yeah, he's financially says, hey, look at this meth addict, or former meth addict who did X. I didn't do meth, and do you want fries with that?
There is an argument that Mormonism is a cult.
I don't think it's a cult, but it is like all religions where
There's an argument to be made. That's all I'm saying, is there is an argument to be made that Mormonism is a cult. They do tend to be pretty stubborn with their beliefs.
oh, so because I was Mormon, I'm stubborn. I see the subtext. No,
Yeah, they're not like, kill yourselves the next time the comet comes around kind of cult. But a lot of their beliefs.
see, okay, I'm gonna ask you something real quick, bot, and don't help him out with his Xanax.
I won't.
What is a cult? Literally, that's my question. What is a cult? But yeah, no, I actually had that happen once on when I was going to AIT, and if I'm not wrong, it stands for Advanced Individual Training.
Give him
I
a
was
minute
talk-
to type it.
Hmm?
Give him a minute to type it.
I'm fine. I'm just talking about random shit right now.
Take your time.
Yeah, no, dude. If you could put down a thesis, I will enjoy that. But yeah, no, when I was in AIT, which, like I said, I think it stands for Advanced Individual Training in the American Military. I was talking about how, yeah, no, I'm Mormon, and somebody was like, "Oh, you're part of a cult," and I just looked at him and was like, "What's a cult?" And he looked at me, and he had no answer. And it's even nowadays, I've looked it up. It's like I still don't know what the fuck a cult is. Like, don't get me wrong, a cult is something that kind of warps your brain. You can't, interact with people outside of the cult type thing. But that's not defining the cult. But I just didn't ride with that type thing where it's like, okay. Of course, I'm also somebody who, and that's one of those things that I've told Xanax before, where it's like, the closer you are to Mecca being a general term for religious center, the more religious you are, the less tolerant you are.
Cults, religious groups that are very extreme in their beliefs. Most cults are compromised, hopeless people and people who are easily fooled. into mainly the cult's leaders' benefit and the cult's actions. I would not disagree with that definition.
But do you think that applies to Mormonism?
I mean, you do have tithe.
And so does Christianity, or all of Christianity, so does Judaism, so does Islam. Like, are you saying all of the embryonic fakes are cults? I mean, if you're willing to go that far,
I'm willing to go that far.
in which case, then, okay, if you're willing to say Abrahamic faiths are cults, are you willing to say that all the, say, Eastern religions are cults? Then are you gonna say that all the pantheistic and polytheistic religions are cults? Because, I mean, what you just said kind of applies. Some of it.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just looking at what he says. Cultish. Yeah. If you're saying ish,
I am 100% comfortable with saying religions are cults.
well, when he said, or when he added ish, I agree.
Not full of cult.
No, it's it's actually the big issue I have with religion. Like I said, I was born and raised Mormon. I'm no longer a member participating, whatever it is. When it comes down to it, it is still based on the individual to make a choice. And that's my big issue. And don't get me wrong, I'm stubborn about some of the choices I make, and some may be to protect my own self-sanity, what have you. And some's just gonna be, you know, I've put a lot of thought into this. You just saying, no, that doesn't make sense is like, you need to disprove what I've put time into. And that's where you hit some of those middle areas. But yeah, no, I've never discarded an individual. Oh, yet again, take Zionic. I'm a socialist. Okay? You're stupid, but okay. And I'll talk it through it. And either A, he's willing to pay attention, or he's not willing to pay attention. And that's where it's going to matter. So that's where I sit. Is like nothing is sacred. That is like the most baseline accurate perspective. Nothing is sacred. I will defend things I think I've thought through. I will defend things that I've had a perspective on. It doesn't mean that's 2 + 2 = 4. It means 2 plus I kind of like Sriracha right now equals fact. That could be wrong. And if it's wrong, I'm totally fine with that being wrong. And that's where I think I start running into issue with other people's. Or is that being too abstract? I have to rely on Xanax with that one.
No, I think that's perfectly valid.
Speaking of which, when I was driving down here, I got myself a Subway. And when I was getting a Subway, I was like, is there a rule about sauces? What do you mean? Well, every time I come in, everyone always uses like 2 sauces. Can I use more than 2 sauces? She's like, yeah. So like, okay, I want 1 line of honey mustard. I want 1 line of ranch. I want 1 line of creamy sriracha. Apparently, I asked her what the spiciest thing was. Blew my mind a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, no, it's
well,
just like
in those third world countries that are middle Utah, you can do all sorts of crazy shit.
Apparently. Yeah, I don't know how much science will agree with it, but it's like, you know, truth is maybe not the highest virtue, but it's where it kind of sits for me. I will defend my perspective, Finnegan. But I'm not saying my perspective is right. But you have to earn me. What's the word I want to use? Disregarding my perspective. I got no problem being wrong, but like I was saying earlier, oh, you know, that's wrong. Why? Because I don't like it. Well, that's not going to disprove my perspective. Because that's not good enough to disregard this. And I'm just using this as a general sense where it's like, you know what? But you may be right. You may be the most right person I've ever met on the planet. I'm gonna defend my ignorance until you prove me wrong. And once you prove me wrong, I will defend your perspective until the end of time, until somebody else proves me wrong. I don't know if Xanax is nodding on that one. He might be laughing at me like, you're so stupid.
No, once you convince Buddha of your point of view, you got him. He's just stubborn.
Very stubborn. I'm cool with being called stubborn. I'm not even gonna lie about that. But it's not like a, oh, but I told you. He's totally right. I'm not an SJW.
You're not wrong there, bot. You're really not. No. You're fine. You're 100% fine. I get what you're putting down here.
I mean, there's plenty of places in America I'll call shitholes too, by the by. California, New York, Oregon, Washington, Colorado. Those shitholes.
Fucking liberal places.
I don't know. I think the big problem for me, well, at least on the political thing I just injected, is it comes down to personal responsibility. I don't know what the right answer is. And, you know, minus the hardcore aspect I did with abortion in the private message. I don't know the answer. I'm not going to lie about that. But at the same time, oh, well, a woman should be able to get to just giving birth and tell the doctor, you know, take those scissors and stab it in the fucking brainstem. I'm against that. And so, if they don't fight for that far, I'm actually more likely to agree with them. But they keep pushing and pushing and pushing. And it's one of those things, you give an inch, you're eventually going to give a mile. And that's where I'm at, where it's like, no, I'm gonna start having some standards that may not be the best, but given what's going on, they're going to be mine. I'm not saying I'm right, I'm not saying I'm wrong, I'm just saying I am. New York is awful.
Yeah, no, New York's pretty fucked up. It's almost as bad as California, but not like.
Oh wow, bots in the same level as me. I agree with you. First trimester, you do what you do. After first trimester, I have issues. No, it's one of actually I forget who I was listening to. But that was one of the big things where they're like, you know what? If you actually look at it, those who agree with abortion and those who don't agree with abortion kind of have an intersection where it's like, you know what? Safe, legal, and rare. If you are raped, if your parents was incestuous, Fine. And then after that, it's like, why didn't you make another decision? You had to plan, like, especially as a female, because there's some like 13 levels of birth control. Abortion as birth control is, I find, disgusting. I disagree with that horribly. But beyond that, you know, do what you do. No, fuck you. Everyone needs a gun. Everybody needs guns. I want an 18-year-old to be issued a gun. Yeah, no. Sorry, bot. You can go fuck yourself on that one. I am a gun rights absolutist on that one. Everybody gets a gun.
I knew that one was fucking coming.
Oh god! What? People have to be responsible and have to take responsibility? But somebody broke into my house. Oh my god, I shot them in the face because they're useless. Oh, but they were just trying to get bread. No, go fuck yourself. Yeah, no. Everybody should have a gun. Armed society is a polite society. I don't remember who said that, but I agree with that. 1000% you can pound sand. That is definitively one of those areas you're not going to convince me of anything. Oh, but bad people use guns. And good people use guns.
Okay, no.
No, machine guns are illegal.
Machine
Well,
guns
they're
are
mostly illegal.
Automatic weapons are actually illegal in the United States. They really are.
And you can talk to Zionics, because he's a little pansy. He didn't know how to use a machine gun. So machine guns are scary, but are ineffective unless you give it to me, in which case I fucking know how to use a machine gun.
No, semi-automatic rifles are legal in the States. Semi-auto, like, basically, yeah, semi-automatic rifles, semi-automatic pistols. Full auto is illegal. The only way you can get fully automatic weapons is either through the black market or
A license.
yeah, you have a license. You have to be a police officer. You have to be a federal agent, like working for the FBI or CIA or.
I don't even know if a police officer can have. Well, they can
Yes.
as a mode of business, but I don't think they can as a private citizen have an automatic weapon.
Yeah,
But,
yeah,
yeah,
no. Police
automatic
officers
weapons.
can have automatic weapons.
Zonics can tell you. Fully automatic weapons are actually less scary than you think, just because they actually require experience. So unless you know what you're doing, like, okay, so this is hopping back in time. There was somebody in like the 1930s. He had a Tommy gun before they had the starburst at the end of the rifle, and the Tommy gun uses 45 caliber bullets, and if you don't understand, those are fucking big bullets. He fired the entire magazine, and he didn't hit his goddamn target, even though he was like 5 feet away. Automatic weapons sound scary, but unless you know how to use them, they're actually...
Yeah, and I can confirm automatic weapons for someone who is not trained in how to use automatic weapons. Automatic weapons are really, really, really hard to use.
Actually, the thing that still makes me laugh is, if I remember right, Zonix was told, you know, you gotta lean into it. What does leaning into it mean?
Yeah, no, I have fired automatic weapons before. As a private civilian, I have fired.
You do realize that bad people have no issues getting guns, right? In fact, they have a lot easier issue getting guns, or a lot less issue getting guns than good people.
And that's beside the point, honestly.
Well, no, he says also it makes it hard for bad people to get guns. No, bad people's always have an easier time to get guns. It's the good people you want to have guns. And it's hard for good people to get guns. That's my perspective. I mean, I'm the right-wing lunatic who's too stubborn, apparently.
We are pretty America here. At
Oh,
least,
dude, I'm 100% America.
dude. But the thing is even though we are both gun advocates, obviously gun crimes are a problem and they need to stop. You know, there's just I don't think abstinence is a good solution here. It doesn't work for sex. I don't think it works for guns either.
Well, it does, but it doesn't. The fact is those who are not going to have sex won't have children, won't get STDs, blah, blah, blah. Those who don't want to shoot people won't shoot people. But the problem is there are those people who want to shoot people, who want to have sex. In which case, here's a gun, here's how you use it. Because there are going to be those who are going to be like, see that dude over there that you don't like? Bam, bam. All's well.
So, the big question I have for you, Bot, like, so, banning guns, is one thing, but banning guns doesn't actually stop violent crimes. You still have things like knife attacks or physical attacks or explosive attack, like improvised explosives like Molotov cocktails and things like that.
Sorry, quick interruption for you, Xanax.
Uh-huh.
I believe it was Sweden, I think. They allowed for a lot of immigrants to come in, and then all of a sudden, grenade attacks went from, like, 0 to like 1,000 grenade attacks. It's one of those things that just because you ban it because of an inside source and outside source is irrelevant. Because you have to think, when it comes to gangs, they are mainly outside sources with internal recruiting, and that's going to lead to more. And that's the problem. Is, don't get me wrong, I want nobody to be shot by a gun, but those who are going to shoot versus those who don't want to shoot, you're talking about literally two different creatures, and that's part of where this kicks into. Well, in my perspective, but I'm stubborn.
And the thing is like what Bot's saying is, we have an American mindset, and he's not wrong. We do have. I mean, we are. Don't get me wrong. Like, the Second Amendment is very central to a lot of our core beliefs here in America. It really is.
Even though we try to ban it at every aspect or every direction possible.
We is the wrong word.
Okay, there's plenty of people in America who try to ban gun rights.
But
in about
yeah, there are plenty of people that want to try and limit gun rights in America. And I don't have a really good explanation for this. I don't have a really good reasoning for this, but for me, a lot of it comes down to the idea that I don't trust the government. I really don't. And the government trying to take away guns, even though I'm not very good with guns, I don't know how to use guns, I don't have a strong affinity with guns or anything like that. Yeah, but here's the crazy thing about that, Bot, is the cities in America that have the highest crime, the highest gun crime, are the cities that have the strongest gun control.
I was about to say also.
Yeah, that's like the cities and the states that have like Los Angeles or Chicago or Washington
DC.
D.C. These cities have absurd amounts of gun crime, but they also have absurd amounts of gun control.
I could actually point. Sorry, interruption. I could actually point you to a handful of people who've looked into gun crimes and violent crimes, where the more that they try to enact gun legislation, there's still more violence, whether it's with a gun or whether it's not with a gun. Oh, like one of the things I remember being pointed out like 4 years ago now, 3 years ago, is there was a guy who had a knife in like some Chinese subway station, and he just started stabbing a bunch of people. Guess what? He got a lot of people, and it was just a fucking knife. So, I don't know. I prefer individuals being able to protect themselves, preferably with a gun, mainly because if you're a female and you're, whatever weightage, that gun is gonna make it to where if, some random 6'5" or 6'5" dude that's pure muscle comes up and says, "I'm going to beat you," that little gun is gonna make it to where that 6'5" guy, 250 pounds, doesn't matter. He's a paperweight. It was actually one of those things that that the left or the right wing in America used, where it's like, I would prefer a woman have a gun saying that guy tried to grape me over a woman going, I was raped, he looked like this. And I agree with that perspective wholeheartedly. And that's the problem is, it's like, it's kind of like saying a midget is able to stop a Goliath type thing. Fuck the Bible with the slingshot. I got a gun. You want to do something bad to me? I will do that, and I will go to court going, hey, dude, he just tried to do this. Yes, are there lies? Are there issues? Fine. There's plenty of issues along the way. But, yeah, no, I am hardcore on the side of armed society is a polite society. Sorry, that was it for me.
And that and there's a lot of arguments to support Buddha's perspective here, and I generally agree with the idea of an armed society. The fighting violence with violence is not a good solution, and I agree with that. One of the biggest problems that we have in America is our
One-sided
prison
aggression.
system. Our prison system is punishment based, not reformation based. When people get arrested and they get sent to jail, the prison system punishes. We don't teach them how to file their taxes. We don't teach them how to be model citizens. We punish them for their bad decisions. And I disagree with this fundamentally. Prison shouldn't be a punishment. Prison should be a reformation. Prison
Okay, pause
should
real
be
quick.
us trying to fix those people who can be fixed. Now, don't get me wrong, there are people who can't be fixed. And you know what? Fine. Shoot them.
Okay, so pause real quick.
Uh-huh.
There's a guy I watch. He's more right leaning, but he's actually fairly close to center. And one of the things he was pointing out is, right now, because of the multiculturalism of America, it's like, you know what? Punishment is actually more the goal of the prison system more than the Reformation. Don't get me wrong, I would prefer Reformation, but the problem is that you can't really guarantee that. Like Sweden, I believe it was Sweden, they have a like when you go to jail, it's more like a college dorm. You get taught, and women are the main guards because they're less aggressive and shit like that. But that's their culture. And don't get me wrong, all things considered, I would prefer that. I would prefer that if somebody goes to jail, you know, they're getting their GED, they're getting an associate's degree, they're getting a bachelor's degree. But the problem is that's A, and we are, you know, sorry, Tango, we're T. Like, there is such a differentiation. And it's the same thing with getting rid of guns, where if you look at, as far as I understand, Australia, if you look at Great Britain, and quite possibly, even though I don't know the facts of it, New Zealand, even though they've banned guns, guns still have been committing plenty of violence, and the additional violence has been increasing regardless of the gun ban. And that's one of those things where you just sit there, it's like, no? Sorry, I'll cut there. Back to you. Yeah, no, prison is prisons and guns are both very complicated discussions where it's like, well, if we only, no, there is no only, there is, we do and we don't. This kind of sort of leads to this, but the results can be more. Sorry, one more time. One of my favorite laws is the law of unintended consequences. That law terrifies the shit out of me. Like, not like, oh, maybe I'm failing on a car. No, that's straight up like nightmare fuel. I do X. What does that mean? Doesn't matter what X is. Think of a random small X. What does that mean under the law of unintended consequences? It's fucking terrifying. Well, at least to me, it's terrifying. I don't know.
Buddha has aneurysms for certain things, but it's I don't know. No, and that's fair. Like, you know, but the thing is you're the New Zealand culture is different from the American culture. And it's not even just that New Zealand is different from America. You have the liberal America and you have the conservative America. It's politics in America is stupid complicated. And
politics ever is.
America is it is very turbulent. You know, where we live in America, we live in a very low crime area. And
where we live, yeah, okay.
Yeah,
Sorry.
where we live is a very low crime area.
I was thinking generalized. He's like, no, we don't.
Yeah, no,
My apologies.
yeah, sorry. Where we live is low crime. People walk around with guns on their hip, and it's not an issue. It's really not, because there's really not a lot of crime. But you look at areas like California or New York or Florida, you know, that are really high crime areas, and even going from state to state, it's a very different type of ecology.
Well, and that's the big thing, is like the reality of one place is not the reality of another place. If you're in gym class, that's one thing. If you're in English, writing, whatever class, that's another thing. I actually, random thought. Do you think English is called something else in different countries and nations? Like, is there a German class, as it were? But that's more a side note. But the reality for one area is not the reality for another area. I'm not saying one is right. I'm not saying one is wrong. The fact is, there are people who are going to be violent. I don't care if they are born and raised in a fucking monastery. I don't care if they're born and raised in a fucking gangster lifestyle. Some people are going to be violent, some people are not going to be violent. The fact is, people are going to be violent, and you need to be able to protect yourself in the most efficient way possible. Is this going to lead to issues? Oh, yes, it is. If you are truly a good person and you shoot a bad person, you're going to feel bad. Guaranteed. Still, is it better for a bad person to kill a good person, or is it better for a good person to kill a bad person and live with the consequences of that? This is one of those things that maybe you'll call me stubborn and I'll get in trouble yet again, but it's just like, is your life more important than the person who's trying to kill you, or is your life more important than the person who's trying to kill you? I don't know where you sit on that, so I'm not gonna say anything more than that.
Like Bach just posted, it's better for nobody to die.
Yeah,
And-
seriously,
yeah,
if
no,
everyone could, if nobody raped, if nobody killed, if nobody robbed, the world would be a better place, and I would sign up for that planet. Well, maybe not. I'm a horrible person.
But no, you're not wrong. Like, it would be better if nobody committed crime. And,
See, right-
and I agree with that 100%. And I have I have a very complicated history with law. Not that, and there's certain things that are wrong. Yeah, we do. We all fucking suck.
Can I ask one quick question, well, not question, but statement. I want to make it one statement.
Go right ahead.
So, I don't know, but if you've ever watched the Matrix movies, and they talked about how they made, in a sense, an Eden, a place of happiness or what have you, and it was so amazing, so majestic that people actually denied it. And that's one of those things where, like, don't get me wrong, I wish that we can live in what we could be considered an Eden. But the fact is we don't. And the fact that we don't is the more important aspect, or at least that's my perspective. That's mainly what I was trying to point out. So go back to Xyanox.
So to go back to your previous statement, we do all fucking suck. Humans fucking suck. And I mean, I feel like even Buddha and his stubborn ass fits that he has, we generally have a pretty good opinion of humanity, or pretty accurate opinion of humanity. Maybe not good so much, but yeah, it's and the gun rights thing, one way or the other. The basically the this is maybe tangential, but the gun rights thing, like, America was founded on insurrection, so banning insurrection is largely verboten.
Oh yeah, that's straight up like, well, we're doing a horrible job now, but you can't say anything. No, that is straight up. That's not going to lead to goodness in America.
But it did. But New Zealand is different from America, in 100 different ways.
Well, that's actually, sorry, that's another big difference where it's like, you're trying to talk about different cultures, where, oh, we're vegan over here, but we're not vegan over here. You're literally talking a language that is almost fundamentally different, even though we can converse using the same language. but we're not speaking the same ideals. And that's part of the problem is a vegan can be a vegan. Props to vegans. That doesn't make carnivores or not carnivores bad. It just is something different. Sorry.
And it in response to you, bot, like it may be due to an unwillingness to change. The thing is the Second Amendment. There's so many Americans that hold that Second Amendment true and blue to their heart that I
Like
feel
Buddha.
like in order for America to abandon the Second Amendment, America would have to fall.
I was gonna say, America cannot exist and keep the Second Amendment. I am pretty hardcore when it comes to the Second Amendment. I'm gonna fight for that. I don't even have a fucking. Well, I have a World War II gun that my grandfather gave me, but beyond that, I actually do not have a gun. I still support gun rights to the extreme. It's the right of the individual, and that's where it's like, oh, you just have to give up gun rights. No, you have to give up individual rights, which is part of what leads to the whole abortion aspect. Oh, just give up the ability to do abortions. Oh no, that's a line too far. Why? Why is giving up a fully automatic gun different than, oh, I don't want to carry a baby? You could have had your partner wear a condom. You could have taken a Plan P. You could have done X, Y. There's plenty of things you could have done, but you didn't. But this is sacrosanct, but a gun is bad. Sorry, I keep you interrupting. My apologies.
Yeah. Honestly, Buddha's not even. So here's the thing. It's not about ditching the Second Amendment. There actually are quite a few regulations and controls on it. There are things like you can't have automatic weapons. Certain states actually disallow semi-automatic rifles. Um, it, it's not one of those things where we actually, it's not like the law of the land is you can have all sorts of crazy weapons at your disposal. Largely, it depends on where you live. If you live in a more liberal area, you can have pistols and shotguns. But if you live in a more conservative area, then you can have, semi-automatic rifles with, death scopes and things like that. But here's the thing, like, gun crime. This is the funny thing about gun crime, bot, is it's worse in areas with higher gun control. It's worse in areas that are predominantly liberal. You have cities like New York, Chicago, LA. These are huge cities. These are big ass cities. They're run by liberals, and they have strict gun control laws, and they have crazy gun crimes. And then you have cities like, I'm drawing a blank at the
Texas.
moment.
Well,
Yeah.
Austin. Well, maybe not Austin because that's the problem is a lot of liberals end up in larger,
Yeah.
dense country. Hold on a sec. Okay.
Now,
But yeah, no, that's one of those big issues is that when it comes to larger density areas, they're like, oh, we shouldn't have these. And it's like, why? You do realize that bad people are going to do it anyways.
Yeah, no, like America is a big goddamn country, and you have a lot of smaller cities and less populated states that have favorable gun laws, and you just don't have the same level of gun crimes. Like, it seems like it's high high populated areas plus strict gun laws leads to gun crimes. It there's a lot of crazy things that go into this, and I can't. I'm not even gonna pretend like I'm an expert on it, and I don't want to pretend like I am. It's just, you have these things where like there are public schools in LA that have literal metal detectors for students. Like these
And they still
students
have
have to
gun
walk
crimes.
through metal detectors to go to fucking school. And the reason why these things exist is because kids are bringing guns to school, but in California it has some of the strictest gun control laws that exist in the fucking country. It's this dichotomy that doesn't make any goddamn sense. Like you have this, like you can't have a semi-automatic rifle, you can't have, a semi-automatic shotgun, but at the same time, you still have metal detectors at public schools, and kids have to go through metal detectors at a public school. But you have liberal or conservative areas like South Dakota where everyone can have a gun. Like they sell guns at the local fucking liquor store. Everyone can have a gun if they wanted one. And the schools have no metal detectors. They don't have cops, and there's no fucking gun crime. Like, that's the thing that blows my fucking mind. Is the gun crime seems to be centralized in areas that are having strict gun control. It's fucking absurd.
And the only thing I would critique on that aspect is the fact that, I mean, don't get me wrong, higher or more gun laws leading to more gun violence. It's actually more accurate to say higher population leads to more crimes. And this is actually me giving a credence to, oh, we just need gun laws. No, the gun laws aren't going to help. It's the fact that with greater population density, that's going to lead to greater crimes, regardless of the gun laws. Now, if you actually had a free state, which I'm more on the aspect of where it's like, you know what? Everybody gets a gun as soon as they're like 18. I'm literally that hardcore Second Amendment. Then, you know what? See what happens. And I think that will stop more crimes, personally. I can't tell if this is an argument or an argument. A conversation or argument. Hey, Zonix, you're being fucking stubborn too. Apparently I've infected him too much, so you need to correct him, bot. Honestly, at this point, especially after what Zonix just said, do you agree that bad people exist? Because of environment, because of genetics, because of culture, because of X, Y, and Z, doesn't matter. Do you believe that bad people exist? Well, if you're arguing there's a difference between conversation or argument, aren't you saying that either he's being stubborn or he's just being an advocate? No, that's not proper. What would be the difference between somebody being stubborn but talking about their points and somebody who is just having a conversation? Yeah, no, I think if you're stubborn, it's an argument. If you're trying to understand, it's argument. No, discussion. And that just is.
So let me interject here for a second. This is a dichotomy in my own personal beliefs. Personal citizens don't need automatic weapons, semi-automatic weapons to defend themselves from other citizens. Honestly, gun control should be standardized to the point where you can have a pistol, maybe a shotgun for hunting. However, the big fucking but, the American government is a lying sack of shit. And because the American government is a lying sack of shit, I am actively rebelling against any regulation that they throw at me, whether it be wearing a mask, whether it be turning in my gun, whether it be, getting a vaccine. The fact is I trust my government as far as I can fucking throw it, which is not very goddamn far. The fact is my government is a lying sack of shit. It has always been a lying sack of shit. So, I don't trust it. And because I don't trust my government, I absolutely 100% I have to believe in the Second Amendment, because it's not about defending myself against other citizens. It's about defending myself against the tyrannical government that I know I have. I know the government is lying to me. I know the government is full of shit. And I feel like it's literally only a matter of time.
Well, you just also have to look at the fact with, say, Twitter. Twitter, it's a private company. It's a private company. It's a private company. It doesn't matter. People have the right to do whatever. Make your own. Make your own. Make your own. And then Elon Musk buys Twitter and goes, I'm going to follow the law. Oh my God, we need to regulate private industry. We need to regulate private industry. Seriously? Like, and this is the problem I run into. Like, on my perspective, my greatest, the thing I view as the greatest sin next to betrayal is hypocrisy. I despise hypocrisy. If you want to say, hey, people, well, actually, let's take something. So, after January 6th, because that makes sense, they're arguing, we need to disband the police, but politicians need to have private security. That's hypocritical. I disagree with that. I hate that. This is wrong. Either there's security or there's not security. I think that the smallest group, the smallest thing is the individual. The individual is the only person who can truly protect the individual. Trying to say, oh, but the government will protect me, is a hope and a dream. It's straight up hoping Santa will bring you the new system on Christmas. It's unlikely to happen. It might happen, maybe you have a favorite uncle or aunt or something like that. They'll buy you the system that you want. But 9 times out of 10, well, 99.9 out of 1,000, or out of 1,000, you're gonna have to do what you can to protect yourself, to improve yourself. And that's where I sit, where it's just like, people shouldn't have guns. I don't agree with that. I believe people should be able to protect themselves. Some people are going to be okay. Some people are going to be bad. Some people are going to be just psychopathic, torture, murder, killers, rapists, shit like that. I don't know what the answer is. I just know I want to be able to protect myself. Well, I don't know if Science is willing to keep going. I think he's close to end of night. So, I mean, we might keep going. I'm good to keep going, but Zonx might be. Thank you. No, it's the same thing I've told to a couple people. It's like, give us something to talk about. Oh, we can go on a fucking tangent. But yeah, no,
No, we're happy to keep going with the discussion.
no, and that's where it comes down to the most simplistic answers.
Let me put it. Do you got a mic bot? I can bring you into the primary Discord chat, and we can talk about this. All right, let's just do that then. I'll go ahead and cut the stream real quick.
This is about to get rowdy.
No. It's not about being big on talking. It's just, yeah, no. Let's have a conversation, dude.
Oh, dude, if you can come in here and tell me about how I'm the